What's going on? What's going on, guys? Happy Tuesday to you all. Positivity is coming your way. I do my Tuesday shows. I do a multiplicity of topics. I started off doing more political topics. If you can remember, I did a lot of geopolitical topics as well. I did a topic on Bukele, the president out of oh my god, damn, president out of, is it not Argentina? My god, Venezuela. No, is it Venezuela? No, damn. Oh my god, wait a minute, I'm losing my damn mind here. Oh, El Salvador. Oh man, had a little brain freeze there. But El Salvador. I did a political topic about China. I did a political topic about my revered president out of Africa, particularly the country Burkina Faso, Thomas Sankara. And more race-related conversations have taken place. More trending topics. I recently did a topic on spring break and who was destroying spring break. But I do a multiplicity of topics, and I'm very open and I'm very opinionated. And I keep on saying this: my opinions are my opinions. My perspectives are my perspectives. I don't want anybody to think like me. I don't care if you do think like me or care if you don't think like me. The beauty of social media, and particularly YouTube and these social media platforms, is that for the first time in human history, regular people like myself, we can have a voice. You know, there was a time when people like myself, 25, 30 years ago, hey man, I may be talented, I may be funny, I may be the life of the room, but that's where it stopped, because there can only be a certain amount of people that can be at a comedy club, or if they got lucky enough to be on a TV show, and if they got really lucky enough to be on Broadway or in a blockbuster movie. But now you have blockbusters on YouTube. Anton Daniels, he's a blockbuster, if you ask me. The Lapeef Network itself is a blockbuster. Oh yeah, oh yeah. We know Kevin Samuels was a blockbuster. So for people who get offended by what content creators say or do, I want you to realize something. We are no different than CNN News, Fox News, NPR, the Daily Wire, the Washington Post, etc. Some of us, to a degree, we're sort of like journalists. We're sort of like reporters. We're sort of like shock jocks, or individuals whose commentary tend to be sort of like a shock jock, like a Howard Stern or a Tom Likas, etc. So there's been something about me lately. Something about me being an Uncle Tom, a coon, Uncle Ruckus, you name it. People have said that I'm a detriment to the community, even though there is no community. People have said that I gaslight, things of that magnitude. And I want to set the record straight about this whole thing with me and a few, and I'm not going to name these content creators, but I'm pretty sure we all know them. Individuals that are saying that I pedestalize white people. I pedestalize white women. I throw black people under the bus. I don't do any of those things. My name speaks for itself. I'm the chaotic truth, damn it. And I'm here to bring the truth. I'm not here to sugarcoat anything. Is it code or coat? I don't know. I'm not here to make you feel good. I'm not here to tickle you. I'm here to give my opinion. And if you happen to tune in and you like my opinion, fine. If you don't like it, fine. But don't tell me in emails. Some of you have doxed me and gotten, and have gotten my phone number and text me and say that I shouldn't do this. This is a detriment to the community. Stop that. It's not a detriment to the community. I'm a small YouTuber. I only have 6,000 followers. Ain't nobody watching me. You have Whoopi Goldberg, who's on The View. Millions of people watch this crazy woman talk, and all those other cackling hens talk. You had Don Lemon on CNN, who cries racism, and he's sleeping next to a white man every night. You have a lot of people who gaslight you, and they have millions of followers. So when people say that I need to stop what I'm doing, I need to be checked, stop it. Because there are actually people out there that are really a detriment to the community. I love Black people. I'm Black. But that doesn't mean I'm going to sit here and lie. That doesn't mean I'm going to sit here and coddle people. I don't even do that with myself. If there is an inadequacy within myself, I admit that. And I try to correct that. I'm 38. I'm not perfect. I don't try to be perfect, but I try to correct my behavior. My opinions are not causing harm in the Black community. My opinions are not robbing people. My opinions are not killing people. My opinions are not littering. My opinions are not loitering. My opinions are not smoking weed and driving down the street bumping music. My opinions don't do that. Those things I just named are actually the detriments in the community. My opinions don't leave women with children out of wedlock. My opinions are just words that evaporate, if that makes sense. I want the women to call in today. Unlike most people, I will sit there, ask a question, and let you answer it. I don't like cutting people off because I don't like being cut off myself. The title for today is I Wish I Married a White Woman. A lot of content creators, not a lot, but there are a few that have said this about me. There are a lot of trolls who troll me and say that I wish I married a white woman. There are a lot of people in my real life who have said that about me. And I say this to you. I don't wish that I married a white woman. I'm happily married to my beautiful wife of over a year now. My wife is the woman that I've always dreamed of. She's tall, she's dark. She has nice facial symmetry. She's educated. She's an intellect. And above all else, it's like heaven being with her. But when I make opinions about Black people and Black women, white people and white women particularly, my opinions come from my world view and what I've seen in my world view. Yes, I have said, Kay Cooper, that white women are like being in heaven, or being around white women or dating them was like being in heaven. Well, it was. I dated only 2. Now, are all white women like that? I have no idea. But the 2 white girls that I dated in my mid-20s, it literally was like being in heaven. It literally was like the ending of a good movie. Every time I was around them, it literally was like a Disney movie. It literally was like Asgard in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. It was beautiful. Now, maybe they treated me well because they never been with a Black guy. Maybe people of different races treat each other a certain way. I have no idea. But I know this. I have dated many scores of black women. Scores. For people who don't know what a score is, it's 20. Scores of black women. I've been physically abused by black women. I've gotten punched in the face, slapped, scratched. I've had black women try to smother me with pillows at night. That only happened once, though, by the way. I've had black women wake me up randomly and want to argue about nothing. Didn't happen with the white girls. No, then again, somebody could say, well, you didn't date a lot of them. Of course not. But I'm telling you what happened with me, K. Cooper. It wasn't heaven being with 99% of the black women that I was ever with. Always complaining, always cackling. Excuse me, JR. I'm going to say this one time. Always bitching. Can't curse today. When I was with the white girls in my mid-20s, it was none of that. It was what you wanted. What do you want, Chaotic? What do you want me to do for you? Oh, you don't have to do that for me, Chaotic. I should be doing for you. Those were the words that were said by the white girls that I dated. Now, that doesn't mean that I wished that I married a white woman. I'm just telling you about my dating experiences, K. Cooper, and to the rest of the people who believe that I like white women. People have also said, I wish that I married a white woman. All because I've said great things about white women. It's not that I'm saying great things about them. It's what I'm telling you what I see in nature. White women are more pleasant to be around. That's my experience. It's always been my experience. What's up, O'Shea Duke Jackson? Guys, give a big shout out to O'Shea Duke Jackson. Positivity's coming to you, man. Hope all is well with you and yours, bro. White women, you go into a restaurant, any type of restaurant. It could be a lower tier restaurant, Applebee's. And by the way, guys, I'm not sitting over here high and mighty thinking I'm too good to go anywhere else. I actually like Applebee's. You go to Applebee's, white girls that are working behind the bar, waiting on tables. They're smiling. They could be unattractive whites or good-looking whites. They're smiling. Now, whether they have depression or schizophrenia, I wouldn't know because they keep a damn smile on their face. They constantly ask you if you want anything else, to the point sometimes where it becomes annoying. Dang, she keeps coming back over here. I'm going to get to everybody's super chats, guys. Give me a second. Salute to you all. And salute to you too, marriage, politics, and sports. I'm going to get to your super chat too, man. But I want to get through with my monologue. You go to the bank. White tellers are nice and pleasant. They're always smiling. You go to a bar. White women who are bartending are nice and pleasant. They call you honey. They call you darling. They call you my love. Sometimes it's a bit inappropriate. My wife, and not even my wife, but women that I've been associated with, even my friends who are girls, have gotten attitudes with the white girls because, well, not my wife, but acquaintances, because they don't like that kind of conversation. They feel like the white girl's flirting. But I don't believe she's flirting. I believe she's being professional, and she wants that dollar. They're more pleasant. When you go to clothing stores, they're just pleasant. I've had nothing but good experiences with white women in places of business. Not even just dating, but places of business. Pleasant. Is that me wanting to be with white women or me wishing that I really married a white woman? No. I'm just telling you what I have observed and experienced in nature. When I was a young man many years ago, 20 years ago in college, the white girls in college were pleasant. They smiled. They were always positive. Whether they gossiped or not, I wouldn't know, but they were pleasant to be around. The white professors that were women, they were generally nice. They were pleasant. If their office hours were from 8:30 to 10:30, they would be there from 8:30 to 10:30. They wouldn't mind you coming in at 10:25. Oh, no, don't worry about it. No, 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 no. But the opposite, black women, attitudes at the bars, attitudes at restaurants, attitudes as teachers, professors, attitudes. I'll tell you a story. Me and my friend, she comes to my chat all the time. Her name is Formula EOSBM. We went to Macy's, black woman working as a cashier, had an attitude with my friend for no reason. Old black woman, maybe 55, 60. My friend is classy, professional, but she, being a female, was about to pop fly with her as well. I told my friend, I said, don't do that. Let's find the nearest white man, the manager, and tell him. We went to him and said, hey man, excuse me, sir, we have tons of stock in Macy's. We didn't, by the way. We had a few hundred shares. A few hundred shares in Macy's. We told them a little bit more. I may have even lied and said my relative is on the board of directors. I can't remember. So this woman over here gave my friend attitude for no reason. Gave her lip. Attitude. White manager approached her, took her right upstairs. About 10 minutes later, she came back downstairs, cussed my friend out. Because those white boys wanted to get rid of this black woman, but they didn't know how to do it. Because they would have gotten labeled a racist if they would have just fired her on their own accord. But say the look he had in his eyes when I told him about her, it was priceless. Because now he could justify it now. Oh, black guy. You walk down the street. How many times have you smiled? Smile at a white girl. How you doing? How many black women can you smile at without one of them having an attitude? Black women have nasty attitudes in America. Not all black women, of course not. But the vast majority of black women have attitudes. That doesn't mean that I wish that I dated a white woman. No, I generally like black women. I've always have. Most black men like black women. How do we know this? Well, look at African countries. Who are they married to? Look at Caribbean countries. Who are the blacks married to? Who are blacks married to in America? They generally marry their own kind. But the fact of the matter is that it's not race trading, or I'm not being a race trader. I'm not being an Uncle Tom or a coon if I'm just pointing out bad behavior in black women. I don't want to marry a white woman because I say that black women shouldn't come out the house looking like booger bears. Just because I say that doesn't mean that I hate black women and want to be with a white woman. A lot of black women will literally go out in public with bonnets on. A lot of black women will literally go out in public looking like Erykah Badu in my Lifetime video. No. I've been around all types of people, particularly blacks and whites. My proximity is black and white people. But the most domestic women are white women. There are no white women walking around promoting single motherhood. There is none. You got black women promoting single motherhood. You have black women who will shame you as a black woman if you want to get married. You have black women shaming you, black man, if you want to get married. Oh, all marriages ain't perfect. I came from a single parent household. That's what they'll tell you. You got black women promoting morbid obesity. Because because I'm pointing these things out, that doesn't mean that I hate black women. I'm telling you what I see in nature. You know what I'm talking about. So no, I don't wish that I married a white woman. I just wish that black women as a whole were just a better group of people. I wish that I can go somewhere and it wasn't an attitude. I wish that I can go to a restaurant and I wish that I didn't have to tell the hostess, don't put me in an area where a black woman is the waitress. I wish I did not have to do that. But I have to do it for a multiplicity of reasons. First, I don't want my wife to get into a damn fight with the damn waitress. My wife wouldn't fight the waitress, but I don't want my wife to have to deal with a catty black woman with an attitude. I don't want to have to deal with a woman with an attitude, and typically it's a black woman. I don't like going to even fast food restaurants. Me and my fraternity brother many years ago, and he came on my channel the day of the event, the incident. We go to a McDonald's. Little black girls in there, about 18, 19, goofy little black girls. We go to the drive-thru, say, hey, sweetheart, there's no ketchup in here. There's no salt in here. Little black girl said, y'all doing too much. Y'all, who are y'all? Blah, blah. I'm like, I'm thinking in my head, chick, I could be your father. What are you talking to me for? You know what I did? I called the manager. I said, I don't know if this is a chain or owned by the actual or owned by McDonald's, but those two girls got to go. I've done too much business with. I know McDonald's is just a fast food place, but I've done too much business with McDonald's. I have stock in McDonald's. She fired them right on the spot. Go to a white McDonald's, it's pleasant. Just little things like even places like that. A McDonald's, pleasant. Go to a white McDonald's, pleasant. Food is fresh, pleasant service. Does that mean that I hate black people because I'm telling you what I've seen and observed? No, I'm telling you what these people are doing. Maybe white people take their jobs more seriously, depending on, no matter what job it is. Maybe black people just don't. Pointing things out like this in the black community is not race trading or being a race trader. It is pointing out idiosyncrasies within a culture that needs to actually stop. You got a lot of black women want to be around men in men's spaces. Now, are there white women who want to be in men's spaces? Probably so. But black women do too. And as soon as a black woman gets upset, she wants a black man to save her. Black man like myself will tell her, you shouldn't be around men talking. You shouldn't be around men having locker room conversations because men are very brutal with each other. Men say some of the vilest things to each other, and your little lady ears shouldn't hear that. I can hear that. I can do what I want to do. Okay. A white woman wouldn't even dare try to be around her in male spaces as much as black women do. So hopefully that answers your question, Kay Cooper. Salute to you. You can join the panel too. You can call in. I really want women to call in. Just Pearly Queen, salute to you. Thank you so much for coming through. Says much love, CT. Thank you so much. Positivity is coming your way. Got Jordan be like, or Jordan like the GOAT. Thank you so much with Chaotic. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Salute to you. Who else do we have in the building? We got Adrian in the building. Says Chaotic is the king of the educated lames. Keep the foot on them. Thank you so much, Adrian, for coming through. I hope all is well with you and yours. Lena says, okay, I already talked to Lena. Team Fatty's in the building. Salute to you, Team Fatty. I hope all is well with you and yours, sir. Positivity is definitely coming your way. DJ, what's going on, man? Positivity is coming your way. I hope all is well with you and yours. What's up, unmitigated gall? What's that? Unmitigated gall. Okay, salute to you. Positivity is coming your way. Angela Bryant, I hope all is well with you and yours. Salute to you. What's up, Artie? How you doing? Positivity is coming your way. Got JB in the building. What's up, JB? Salute to you, man. What's up, Esh? Positivity is coming your way. Black man unfiltered. Salute to you. I hope all is well with you. Yeah. Why am I stuttering my words today? I hope all is well with you and yours. Hit that like button, guys. Salute to everybody that is in the chat. Better Day says you are a lame. Yeah, maybe so. Big boys in the building. Salute to you. Barnabas says once CT blows up, he's gonna get a divorce and then marry a white queen. Never, sir. Never, Barnabas. The buddy says white people are responsible for the tyranny in the entire world, but get your blank off. That's your opinion, sir. Salute to you, though. Positivity is coming your way. Kevin says, oh, damn, chaotic starting a mess. Salute to you, man. RP, what's that? RP Tipsy says, chaotic truth. Hey, what's up? I only date rich white women and my family doesn't like it. Salute, man. Positivity is coming your way. PJ says, chaotic has some of the most destructive statements in YouTube history. That is quite a statement. Call in, guys. The link should be dropped if I'm not mistaken. Let's see here. Is the link dropped? Is the link dropped? Here. Okay, give me 1 second, guys. I'm gonna drop the link real quick. I'm actually gonna drop it on my end. Give me a second here. Give me 1 second. Let me drop it on my end real quick. There we go. Boom. I put it in the StreamYard. I'm sorry, I put it in the chat. Sorry about that. Let me see who else is in the building before I get back on my tangent. What's up, Sack? How you doing, man? Positivity is coming your way, man. I hope all is well with you and yours too. Angela says exactly. It only happened to you. If every black woman was the scroll, then yeah, life won't be an issue. Unfortunately, this is not the truth. Angela, call in. The ladies can call in today. Don't be afraid. I am not what you think. I do allow conversations and free thinking, free thought. Hey, get your rocks off. O'Shea, once again, man, positivity is coming your way. O'Shea, all the way from Uganda. Salute, man. Thank you so much, man. Who else is in the building? Marriage, politics, and sports says, personally, I think many black women have left black men no choice but to seek love, fitness, and femininity outside of the race. I totally agree with you, man. Salute to you, marriage, politics, and sports. You're absolutely right. I tell people all the time, man, particularly younger people, divest. If you're a black man, divest. You're a black woman, divest. Sometimes we can be toxic with each other. The baby boomers failed you. Gen X failed you. Millennials, my generation, failed you. You have black women, unfortunately, that are promoting obesity, promoting body positivity. And you as a black man, you're forced to like something that naturally doesn't come to you. No man in his right mind likes a morbidly obese woman. But you can't tell that to black women. But if a black man like myself says, lose weight, be thin. Oh, you like white women. No, actually, I don't. I mean, I do like white women, but I like thin women. You know why I like thin women? Because men have generally always liked thin women. All you gotta do is look at your family photo book. Look at yesteryear. Look at photos of people from back in the day. This notion that women in Africa are thick is a falsehood, really. Most women in Africa are absolutely thin. The most beautiful women in Africa are Sudanese women who are absolutely gorgeous, absolutely thin. Walking models in East Africa, Sudan. But the problem is that if a black man like myself, and I've done this before, I tell this story all the time on my show, on my channel. I tell this story. A friend of mine or coworker, she was having a birthday party. She invited me and other teachers. Her cousins were overweight. Her cousins are literally in the living room at this suite. It was a hotel, but it was a hotel with the living room. Well, it was a huge suite. Out loud says, "How come he ain't talking to us, girl?" She says, "Well, he doesn't really like, he likes thin women." This was a long time ago. These girls, mind you, I hadn't said a word to them. Hadn't said a word. They get upset with me. "Oh, you don't like thick girls? You don't like that? You like thin? You like skinny chicks? You like girls who look like boys?" I was like, "What the fuck are you talking about? I just like an in shape thin female. Sorry, most men do." But see, I know if I tell this story, which I have before, people are gonna say, "I wish I married a white woman." No, I don't. But the problem is that when you're dealing with a lot of black women, like the black women who accosted me, they don't want black men to have their preferences. They don't want black men to have their opinions and perspectives. They don't want black men to set standards for themselves. So when you go into a restaurant or a bar, they're not expecting a black man to have a standard. That's why a lot of black women treat black, especially black. See, there's this big misconception that black women only treat black men like shit at these places. No, they treat white men too like shit. But I believe with black men, it's even worse. I ain't got to serve him. I ain't enough for him. There's this nice restaurant, and I don't want to name drop it, but I did on my last channel. I'll name drop it. It's called Zanzibar. I forget it. Fuck it. I'll name drop it. Zanzibar. It was about 10 years ago. Nice, upscale Southern food restaurant. Pretty girl was working there. Pretty. I mean, this girl was pretty. Black girl. Pretty. About 5'8", 5'9", about 125 pounds. Model body. Beautiful. Maybe 23, 24. Every time I would go in there, she's giving me attitude, giving the other customers attitude. In this particular location, you got councilmen and women that go in there. The mayor goes in there. Local black business owners go in there. And I said in my brain, this black girl right here, whatever's going on in her life, this one black girl can ruin this beautiful black business. And you know what I did? I snitched on her. I told her manager, I said, "Listen, I like putting my money into this place. I like supporting this place. This is a black owned restaurant. It's a staple of this city. It's a staple of this community here. And you're going to let this black girl, this 23, 24-year-old black girl with an attitude, destroy it. You're going to have it looking like Mogadishu, Somalia in here because of this one black girl. Attitude, disrespectful to customers, rushing orders. You go to the white bars, it ain't like that." And I told this manager, and it was an older black woman, maybe 50 at the time. She looked at me and said, "I'm gonna take care of that." So the next time I went in there, the girl was pretty cool. But you got to start snitching on black girls. We got to stop being afraid as people of each other. We got to make each other better. Start telling on each other. Me trying to correct your behavior isn't me trying to big up white people. It's not. I could give a damn less about whites when I'm around blacks. But that doesn't mean that we have to be goddamn animals around each other, especially black women. I don't care how hood a dude can be sometimes, at least a black hood dude will try to be professional. Black women, a lot of times it doesn't matter if it's a Shaniqua STNA or a Shaniqua with a PhD. It's the same woman. Attitudes, telling men what to do. No. So you're right, marriage, politics, and sports. I could understand why a black guy would seek another or someone from another race. And you already know femininity. A lot of black women ain't got that. But see, marriage, politics, and sports, we will be called Uncle Toms if we say this. Let's see who else is in the building. Um, OG Lee, what's going on? Said, what's up? OG Lee says, black women love to argue and control black men. Black women are just very masculine. I agree. I totally agree. Tipsy says, my white girl only wakes me up for sex. But like I was saying before, let me see. O'Shea says, I'm here to grift it up. This brother is very entertaining. I must admit, salute to you, O'Shea. Positivity is coming your way, man. It's just like with this whole Pearly Gate situation. I see you in the back, Sway. Give me a second, okay, buddy? You're gonna have to come on camera too, per JR, per JR's request, and not to mention, it is better if you are on camera. Matter of fact, let me see something real quick. Just stay in the back real quick, Sway. The situation with just Pearly things. It's not black men supporting her because she's white. It's black men supporting her because she's right. She's right. She's right. The same black women, excuse me, the same black women, and we're not going to name any names. We don't have to. The same black women, same black content creators that are calling her just pasty things, disrespecting her, calling black men who are taking up for her coons and simps. These will be the same black women that would never look your way in real life, that would never talk to you. Just Pearly things, she has a staff. She puts money in people's pockets. She puts food on people's tables. She just doesn't have conversations on relationships and sex. She doesn't have one-dimensional conversations. This is no shade at other channels, but Just Pearly Things has a talent that a lot of people just don't have. Ricky Lake, Oprah Winfrey, Jerry Springer, Montel Williams were all doing what Just Pearly Things was doing back in the 90s and the 80s. Barbara Walters. Barbara Walters had an hour conversation with a black supremacist, the Honorable Louis Farrakhan. The purpose of an interview is to listen to the person being interviewed. Joe Rogan is perfect at it. And I say black supremacists respectfully for anybody who's in the Nation of Islam. I'm just pointing out the fact that you got this white lily woman sitting there having a nice conversation with Farrakhan, not cutting him off every 2 seconds and trying to cancel him. That was the beauty of yesteryear, the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, even early 2000s. But now you're telling me that Just Pearly Things can't interview Nick Fuentes because Nick Fuentes supposedly is a white supremacist? Stop it. Stop it. Jerry Springer had Ku Klux Klansmen on his show fighting hillbillies with one tooth, man. Back in the 90s. Montel Williams, Arsenio Hall. Just Pearly Things is doing the same damn thing that these people were doing back then. That doesn't make me a coon or other people coons, or that doesn't make me want to marry a white woman because I'm telling you what the woman is doing. The woman's doing the work of the Lord. She's being a great interviewer. That's it. Remember, guys, I'm 38. I am not a part of woke culture. I didn't grow up with social media. I barely grew up. The internet, to be honest with you, came about. It really got popular when I was about 12 or 13 years old, to be completely honest with you. So I rarely ever say this, I can legitimately say I'm really old school, for real. Really old school. I'm not a part of this woke nonsense. I would interview the Grand Dragon of the Ku Klux Klan because I want to listen and hear and analyze data and understand where this guy is coming from. Howard Stern did it back in the 80s and the 90s. He had all types of people on his show. So because black men are aware of this, find beauty in what she's doing, wanting to seek knowledge just like she is. Let me listen to this interview with Nick Fuentes. He seems to be an interesting guy. But you go black women. And we're not going to name any names. But you can best believe the same black women who are dogging just pearly things, calling black men simps and telling black men that they shouldn't listen to her, will be the same black women who would ignore you, all the while just pearly things would invite you to the table. It's the truth. It's the truth. It's the truth. Salute to you, D. Positivity is coming your way. Aliri, positivity is coming your way. I hope all is well with you and yours. Who else is in the chat? What's up, Nina? Positivity is coming your way. I hope all is well with you and yours. Salute to you. Let's see who else is in the building. Who else is in the building? We got Steven in the building. What's up, Steven? Positivity is coming your way. I hope all is well with you and yours. We got K Cooper. I'm not K Cooper. We got O'Shea again. Says K Cooper, you look good. Oh, says K Cooper, you look good, boo. I might have to trick something off on you. Some Ugandan dollars. That's awesome. What's up, a normal nerd? Thank you so much. A normal nerd says facts. CT. Thank you so much. Who else do we have in the building? Vincent says they are more polite. Yeah, they are more polite. They're more polite. I hate to say it, but when you're at the beach, when you're running a trail, I gotta say it, man. From my experience, white girls, you can wave at them, smile at them, they'll smile and wave back. Black girls are just different, especially if they're in a group, or I call it a pack. It's not me trying to be a shock jock. I'm telling you what I've seen in nature. Just attitudes. Resting bitch face. And like I said, yeah, people may say, well, what about your wife? Well, my wife doesn't act like that because I properly vetted my wife. My wife, I wouldn't say she's an anomaly, but my wife represents probably the 15% of black women who don't act like that. I would say 85% of black women behave in a manner that is uncivilized, and I don't want to be around it. Saying everything is racist when they don't get their way. I met a young lady in Blue Cousin, who's my friend. He's in the chat. He knows this story. Met a young lady many years ago. She was about 18 or 19 years old. She was a freshman in college. I was a little bit older. She was with this older black woman. And we went to a restaurant, and the black chick started acting like a fool, saying that the waiter was racist. The management kicked her out. We're outside. We go outside after she got kicked out because we weren't leaving with her. Crazy chick said, "That's how you get out of a check." I said, "You got to be kidding me." That's what happened. And again, I've been around a lot of white women, older. They don't act like that. Using racism, using this. They don't act like that. But nevertheless, let's see here. Who else is in the chat? I'm gonna drop the link again. Salute to everybody, man. Positivity is coming your way. I hope all is well with you and yours, guys. Get the likes up. The likes are really low for some reason. Thank you so much, Derek. Positivity is coming your way, man. Danielle says, we know what you mean. Let's see. Black Man Unfiltered says to the great O'Shea Duke Jackson, the elevator for black content creator. Salute, man. Who else is in the building? Let me see. I dropped the link again, guys. You don't have to be afraid to call in. Um, Unmitigated Gall says most guys will grift for some black women who don't deserve it. Simps have been there through the test of time. That is true. That is true. That is true. So, like I said, man, I don't want to I don't want you guys to think that I'm bashing black women today because I'm not. I'm just telling you tools and techniques to survive. Oh yeah, tools and techniques to survive. And this shaming culture of you just want to be white, stop it. What I'm telling you, man, uh guys, am I freezing by the way? I don't think that I'm freezing. I shouldn't be freezing. Yeah. Put a one in the chat if I've been freezing. So I don't want you guys to think that again that I'm, bashing black women, this, that, and the other, because I'm not. I'm trying to save your life as a black man. And I'm trying to save the lives of black women. People are more receptive of you if you're positive, if you're upbeat. If you're walking around and you're mean mugging people, it's not attractive. Nobody wants to be around that. I know I don't. And I tell a lot of people that know me, at least, that have heard me say this about white women, is that listen, there are good black women out there. Trust me, I know. But a lot of black men are waking up in hell every day. They are. They are. Waking up in utter hell. Because they have to listen to the nonsense of the very type of black women that I say to avoid. All because they're simping. They haven't properly vetted their wife. Whereas you will have a lot of black men who will turn down white women all because, they feel like, oh, they're going to talk about me. I don't want no black girls to talk about me and my girl, my white girl. But don't do that, man. Don't cut off options that may be available to you. When I was in college many years ago, there's a few people in the chat who actually went to college with me, by the way. Um, I wonder if he's here. There's a few people went to college with me. And my college I went to was a very, very, it was like 90% white. It was beautiful. It was a beautiful campus. And give me a second, guys. It's a lot of chats, guys. You know what, guys, I could really only read the super chats at this point. There's a lot of chats, man. But hold on for a second. Let me read the super chat real quick. And I'm gonna go back to this whole college thing. No Chaser says, chaotic truth. The black woman is God. Black is beautiful. The black woman is Cain. The blacker the berry, the sweeter the juice. Positivity is definitely coming your way. Salute to you, No Chaser. Thank you so much, man. Positivity is coming your way, man. We got Grits in the building. Says, personally, I think they're all equally as crazy, but I've noticed I've never had a fight with a white woman in particular, to give her something she needs and wants. We don't have to debate decorum or respect. When I was in college, guys, and Blue Cousin I wonder if he's in the chat, by the way. I don't know if he's in the chat, but nevertheless, many years ago when I was in college, you know, there were white chicks that liked me, but I had got caught up in the whole blackity black train, pro blackity black. And I had to deal with black girls who ostracize interracial relationships, who ostracize free thinking black men, critical thinking. And I could tell you, man, I've turned down many a white chicks, all because of what a booger bear was thinking. If you're young and you're listening, listen to me. If that white girl makes you feel good, that you know, I'm talking about to you young college guys. Don't listen to Shaniqua. Don't listen to a chick who looks like Harriet Tubman in the face. Mm-mm. You may miss out on something that you will forever regret. And I'm telling you, man, that's a lot of regret, man. Let's see here. Give me 1 second, guys. Salute to you, man. Uh, Give me 1 second. Guys, the link is dropped, man. You can definitely call in, but I'm gonna read some of the let me see. I gotta read. Wait a minute, it's a lot of super chats. Hold on for a second. But okay, Black Man Unfiltered with the $5 super chat says, Pastor Chaotic, can you bless the audience with a thought you have on where this behavior originated from? Yes. The the attitude in the black woman probably originated 50 to 100,000 years ago in ancient Africa. Um, if you sit back and look at, and it's not a lot of these cultures still around, but if you look at like Papua New Guinea, which is not in Africa, but those are still black people. If you look at the Aborigine in Australia, if you look at a lot of like the Maasai tribe and all this, the women are naked. The women are naked, and I know a lot of people to say, "Well, that's their culture." No, it's absolutely ignorance. It's a remnant of an ancient past of I'm gonna do my thing. I'm gonna put this plate in my lip. I'm gonna put these rings around my neck. I'm gonna do all that. I'm gonna walk around the village naked. What you gonna do about? See, that I think it originated then. I think that the men couldn't contain their own women, and that's probably why a lot of African societies never developed past the Stone Age because the women were just too busy doing their thing. Not all African societies were like that, obviously, but it's a possibility, sir, that this deviant behavior was never really checked. I believe that the Arab checked it a long time ago, but you can clearly see in the remnants of those old ancient African cultures who's running things. You hear a lot of people, I see you in the back, King Spark, see a lot of people talking about, they even call it mommy Africa. The simping has always been there. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Thank you so much, London. It says peace and positivity. Salute to you, bro. I hope all is well with you and yours, man. Guys, there's a lot of comments. There's a lot of questions. Um, I can really only get to the super chats at this point. However, I'm gonna try my best to read some comments, but but if you want me to read the comment, it has to be a super chat moving forward. Nina, salute to you. Positivity is coming your way once again. Nina says, we went to a black steakhouse to show support. It was a terrible experience end to end. My boyfriend had to feel bad about asking for bread and the server catching an attitude about it. Yes. Yeah. Yep. Typical. But if you had service from white women, they would have done backflips to get you the bread. And these are truths. These are truths. So again, and not to lose focus of what I'm saying, I got people in the back now, so I'm gonna stop with my I tribe here, but I want people to know that it's not about me bashing black women. It's about me telling the truth about a culture and behavior. And no, I don't wish that I dated a white woman. I'm just telling you that white women are just primarily more pleasant to be around. And yes, being around white women that I experienced was like being in heaven every day. Flex Henry says, AAB, you are wrong. Usually the people who say no other culture does usually never grew up with other cultures. I was raised around tons of whites. There's not a different. Let's see. What's going on, bro? How you doing, man? Salute to you.
I'm
Thank you
doing
for being
well, man.
thank you for being on camera too. Um, sir, I'm trying to talk about how in the YouTube streets people that have accused me of wishing that I married a white woman, and I'm trying to explain to them that I don't. I'm just trying to explain to them that there's nothing wrong with a black man saying that other groups of people have certain qualities that are pleasant and better. Now, I'm not saying all white women are pleasant. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying that from my experience, generally, white women are like angels from heaven. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Um, I will say there's truth in what you're saying, right?
Hmm.
And just from my personal experience,
Go ahead.
before I found one of my two beautiful black women that I have now, I did date a few white women.
Go ahead, sir.
I surely did. But I will say, in my experience as well, I found it to be that it was not so much as the color, but then it was like the background of the woman. I had a white woman, a
Hmm.
Jewish white woman at that.
Mm.
Nice looking, nice job here in DC. I went to the pool a couple summers ago, and I walked into the pool with my phone in my pocket. So, needless to say, that my phone died, and at this time, I was dating this Jewish white girl. When I finally got back to her, she said, "You want to tell me who you effed at the pool today?" And it was very reminiscent of a black woman. And I was like, I said, this makes things a lot clearer. So, but the stereotype is kind of true, brother. I ain't gonna lie. Um, but I would say, like I say, it's more about the person's like personal background than anything. I mean, the woman I have now, she's professional, corporate, no attitude, pleasant, loving, supportive, and all the above. She's definitely a black woman, brother.
Guys, once again, guys, priority is going to have to go to the super chats. There's a lot of chat going on. But however, I will attempt to read some non super chats. AAB says, I am literally a Ghanaian woman who lives in the States, who have lived, schooled, and worked around various cultures. What is that person who mentioned me talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. She may be talking to somebody in the chat. Let me ask you a question, sir. Do you believe that it is wrong for people to point out from their own experiences, certain platitudes about another culture of women without being accused of wanting to actually be with them? Go ahead, sir.
I mean, I guess it's fair. I mean, everybody's entitled to their own opinion and their perspectives.
Yeah,
Um, it would be hard though. Hold on one second.
absolutely.
I'm
Go
sorry
ahead,
about
King
that.
Spark. Go ahead.
It's gonna be hard in this day and age for people not to see it that way though.
Go ahead.
Cause I would say like the way you talk sometimes, you do come off that way. Now I know I know your whole spin on this, your situation and your content and all of that, right? So I kind of know how you perform when you're online. But at the same time, at times it does get under my skin because it does sound like that inherently the white race of people is a. It sounds like your opinion is that they're just better people in general. And I would argue that I don't know where you went to school. Where'd you go to undergrad at?
Well, I don't really want to dox myself, but
Okay, well we don't have. Go
Oh,
ahead.
okay.
Go ahead. Oh, you
No,
gonna
go ahead.
answer? Oh, okay, go ahead.
I graduated from Kent State University.
Can't say.
It was a
Okay.
beautiful white campus. Yeah, beautiful
Okay.
white campus. Yeah,
I went to North Carolina A&T University,
that's HBCU.
HBC. Yeah,
Hmm.
and I will say, man, those are one of the few times when I can be proud of Black people.
Go ahead, sir.
We descend onto the campus every year for homecoming, thousands. And not to say this never, but I haven't personally experienced any ignorance in the stadium. There's no
Hmm.
alcohol involved, there's no fights, but there's a bunch of respect because our elders are there, our alumni is there, and
Hmm.
everybody seems to carry themselves with class and respect at these homecoming games. And I just thought it should be noted because it's like I said, it's thousands of black folk, women and men, and I personally, in the years that I've been going back to homecoming, haven't witnessed any ratchetness or
Hmm.
ghetto-ness or anything like that. It wouldn't
Hmm.
even be tolerated. You will be put out because everybody that's around you is some type of upstanding black person. Like they
Hmm.
just wouldn't let it. Even if you started to get upset, like you
Yeah.
would be escorted out of there really, really quickly.
Yes, sir.
By the fraternities and sororities, and so that's a lot of respect to be had for some black folks. But as far as the ratchet ones, we must we must definitely own them. But yeah, it's a hard sell when you're speaking the way that you're speaking for people not to just think that um, you just totally favor the white race and other races.
Well, it's not that I favor any race, sir. Again, I don't know if you watched the beginning, King Spark. And salute to you, King Spark. Um, it's not that I favor any race, and I see you in the back. Enter the dragon. Salute to you, by the way. It's again. I point. I want to make it a point that we have to stop with this culture of pretending, and I'm not just talking about black people. When we get to a certain age, we have a filter that we tend to put up, almost like a blockade. It could be ego that is allowing us to do it, where we don't want to admit anything. Now, we'll admit all day that black people are the best basketball players. We will admit all day that black people are the best football players. But why is it so hard to admit who are the best mathematicians? Who are the best scientists? Why is that always something that is so hard? And then when you admit these things, and I get, your question, but respectfully, an individual like yourself will say, well, why are you bigging up white people? And what I'm trying to tell you is I'm not bigging up white people. I'm telling you what I see in nature with white people, with black people, with Asian people, etc. And if white people tend to be better at industry, I'm not going to sit here and lie about it because my ego won't allow me to do it. I'm not going to sit here and lie and say the black man invented everything. I'm going to say, you know what? White people tend to be very industrious. Typically, the Germans, they're very industrious people. There must be something about engineering in their DNA. There's nothing wrong with me saying that. Nothing wrong with me saying that. Just like, for example, it would be nothing wrong with somebody saying, you know what, black women can really dance. That's not an argument, right? So, what is so wrong with saying, hey, man, Germans are very ingenuitive. So when I say something about white women, maybe, and I'm not trying to get you to believe anything that I'm saying, but what I'm saying is maybe there are attributes about certain type of white women that are greater amongst them than they are in black women, Hispanic women, etc. They say that Asian women tend to be more docile. Okay, I've never really been around a lot of Orientals, but I'll take their word for it. I've been around a lot of Arab women. They tend to be very quiet. They tend to be very modest. But I'm not gonna sit here and say, and if somebody were to say, "Well, you want to be with an Arab? Well, you really want to be with an Arab woman?" I'm like, "No, I'm just telling you what I see in nature, my good man." But I see your question, though. Go ahead, sir.
Um, I mean, literally, there's nothing wrong with it, and there's truth to all of these stereotypes from all of these
Yes, sir.
different women, right? The Hispanic women are spicy, they're quick with the tongue as well, right?
Yes,
Um,
sir.
but I think everybody should be affirming their own preference, like whatever you want. If that's what you want,
Okay.
I don't really have a problem with it. I
Okay.
mostly have a problem with when everybody gets lumped together, everybody gets grouped together.
Okay. Can I answer your question?
Hmm.
Okay. The reason why you will hear a lot of blacks like me, respectfully, Anton, and I don't want to speak on behalf of Anton, but you will hear us say general, and I'm using me and him as because we're content creators. And O'Shea, it's because black people generally have that frame of reference. Now, which one will it be? Will it be what you said every time or just some of the times? For example, George Floyd was unfortunately killed. Okay? Now, George Floyd was on crack. He was a dope fiend. He had committed it. He had committed multiple acts of violence prior. You had blacks from coast to coast. That could have been me. That could have been me. Well, no, it couldn't have been because statistically, blacks don't get killed by the police at high rates. In fact, it's actually rare. Also, most blacks aren't high on crack in the middle of the day. Most blacks are working. You're working right now at your own place of business or that you own. So when the incident happened with George Floyd, for some reason, black people said, "Well, we're all the same now. That could have been me. That's me." That Trayvon Martin, Obama said that could have been my son. Obama, stop. You know, goddamn well that could not have been your son. Your son, first of all, would have been in a boarding school at that time of night. An elite boarding school with security. We are not the same. So if I make a generalized statement about black women, I'm ostracized because that's not all black women, right? But then if I say, well, I'm not like George Floyd, then the very same black person will say, yes, you are. That could be you because you black. So we're picking and choosing a lot of the times, King Spark. So if I'm gonna take your logic on it and say, you know what, maybe King Spark is right. Maybe that's not all black women. Then I think we should do that all the time in every facet of life. Go ahead, sir. I gotta
Um,
pick up.
I'll try to leave you with something here. This is just a
Go
theory of
ahead.
mine.
Go ahead.
There are three types of black people
Go ahead.
in this country. Okay, you have the NIGG with the hard ER. All right, you have the coon type who forgot how crispy black they actually are. Then you have my favorite type, me and a lot of other black people that I know. The conscious black person that, if need be, we could slide into the ER if we have to. But most of our life is conducted at a high standard where intellect.
Let's get you up out of here. King Spark, you're talking too slow. Gotta get you up out of here, man. Get to the point, man. Damn, yeah, I rock with you, King Spark, but your mic is messing up. It's glitching and you're talking slow. Come to my show tonight, King Spark. Positivity is coming your way, sir. Hope all is well with you and yours. I mean, the dude's mic was messing up the entire time. I tried, did I? Hold on for a second. We can't sit here and pretend like his mic wasn't messing up. Stop it. I look, King Spark and me, we cool. But his mic, man, I'm like, huh? Stop it. Enough's enough. Talking slow, mic messing up. I mean, what more do you want from me? It was beginning to be annoying, King Spark. Didn't want to say nothing. Get you up out of here. What's up, Inner Black Dragon? Inner Black Dragon, can I ask you a question, sir? Do you practice jujitsu?
No.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Is it about the name though?
Like yeah, it's a lot about yourself that I think that you probably practice some sort of martial arts. Yeah, it's always the ones who don't really look like. You get what I'm yeah. Right. If you get what I'm saying, it's always those that fold you up.
Probably like some Kempo master or something like that. Yeah.
So
but it was.
Topic, go ahead.
But no, for real. But it's a good thing because not many people ask about my name. But I am obviously a fan of martial arts. Eastern mostly. So from Into the Dragon. So if I was gonna make my own movie, this is just a wish, right? Of course, it's gonna star me, right? I would call it Enter the Black Dragon, and it would be it would be our own version of Enter the Dragon. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. That's where my name comes from. It's like our own slice of that kind of movie But anyway, But I'm married. I have a lot of experience. My whole channel is about interracial dating. So
go ahead.
It's so complicated because infatuation happens, but taking that next step into actually entering into like a dating scene or a relationship is kind of it can get a mixed bag because you have miscommunication, you have someone who's bilingual, you have someone who has a whole other culture that you just really don't understand, but you just like this one person. Now this one person comes with family, traditions, clothing, things that you just never thought of, never saw, whatever, but you're just into the person. So, I mean, depending how interested you are in them, you're going to pick up a book, you're going to learn 3 things, you're going to try and maybe speak and understand the language, you're going to try this and try that. So, yeah, I mean, it's a lot. I dated Hispanic and I'm married white, though. Dated and married white, had a child with white. So, had that little nuclear family thing going on for like maybe 5 years since we changed. Yeah. So divorced, separated, divorced, all that. Daughter's 21 now, about to graduate college.
Oh, really?
Okay. Yeah, she's good. Ex-wife is in town, so that's pretty good. We still communicate. We're civil. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So still doing the co-parent thing. Now that I'm in a dating market, it's just open season. So there's a lot of Indians here from India that come because they do contract work for some of the banks that are down here. So yeah, man, and trying to find like a date, there's different competition, and I think that when we talk about communities and whether or not Black women like seeing us with other cultures, it still is competition. You're not entitled to like a man or specifically the man you want. You still have to like compete like every other woman out here, and that's I think that's what's kind of lost. It's like I deserve because go to any channel. I deserve a man who's this. I deserve a man who's that. It's entitlement. While men are different, we know we have to like work and go out and hunt and get ours. Because nobody's giving us. If you think about it, men understand from all their lives. We're taught all our lives that nothing is promised to you, and you have to work hard for what you want.
Exactly.
Everything. So if that's and women, what are women taught? Ask nicely and politely, and you'll get what you want. Be ladylike. Turn on the charm. Cry.
Yeah.
Cry. If you don't get what you want, cry or scream until you do. So that's kind of what they've been able to it's how they've been able to navigate, tough situations, any situation that comes up. If they cry about it, they can cry their way out of anything. I'm telling you,
Yep.
even a murder.
Yeah.
They cry their way out of a murder.
Yeah.
Literally multiple times.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no law written, there's no section or statute, but it happens.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we can get away. We can cry all we want to on the jury or whatever the hell. We going straight to jail. We go.
Yeah. They can take you crying after jail.
Yeah. Give him a tissue and give him a number and send him on his way.
Keep it real.
It's that accountability thing, that A word. I think the only, what, we talk about the letter A, and the most famous woman who was ever held accountable for her promiscuous action was Miss Prynne, wearing the scarlet letter. There's only one publicly shamed for it. Like, that's the only real example of a woman who had to wear accountability on her clothes for everyone to see. And I think that if I don't know, maybe if we had that kind of culture, would that work in 2023? Like, you see this scarlet letter everywhere, just A or whatever.
I think that in 2023 they would accept it, because right now you see it on Instagram. There's no shame. Twitter, no shame. TikTok, no shame. American women, and I said American women, they don't care about no scarlet letter, man. They don't care. and I don't know what will help, man. But I do have to ask you a question real quick. It's a lot of people in the back, but why are Black women intimidated by white women?
Because they see that because I think for the most part they submit to logic a lot more, because emotion conflicts with logic. How for a woman, or a particular type of woman, how they feel is more important than what's actually real. If you explain things to any type of woman enough to where they understand, then their feelings change. But if you can explain the same thing and then person over here is still yelling at you, but person over here is all nodding and quiet and understands.
King Spark, thank you so much, man. I'm sorry. Grizz with the $2 super chat says, every time you different or disagree, you ain't Black. Oh, good point. You know how many times I've gotten called not Black because I disagree with some idiotic conversations. King Spark, had to get you up out of here. Your mic was trizash. You used them callers on cocaine and meth. Oh, come on. But salute to you for the $10 super chat. And by the way, King Spark, salute to you for being an entrepreneur. Guys, King Spark has an incredible cannabis shop. He can put it in the chat. And thank you so much for being a member. Do you believe that Black women want to be white? Because remember, we get called wanting to, even though I'm married to a Black woman, mind you, I get called, he want to be with a white woman because I look for certain attributes in a woman. I told people on YouTube that my wife was skinny. I had people say, you really want to be with a white woman? I'm like, no, I just like skinny women. But why do Black women want to be white, sir? Go ahead.
I think that's a subconscious thing. I think that's a thing where their actions and behaviors of Lady A is not the actions of behaviors that they see in Lady B in the family structure, right? If you think about how a white girl views her white mother and how she interacts with men and what she's able to get and maybe either get away with, or how they relate, right? Or how they navigate, whether she's single or not, single or married. And then a Black girl sees her mother and sees how they interact with a Black man or another man, and you hear the arguments, and you hear the this, and you hear that, and you hear the or you hear the get out, and you know what I mean. You hear this is how they move. They move differently through the universe in the household. And that's how it's perpetuative. Instead of the man always being around, or the man always, taking control of the situation, saying, "Hey, you need to calm down and sit down somewhere," and then the child sees that, and then the child is like, "Oh, okay. Well, when the man's here, I get calm and corrected when he speaks to me." Instead, it's the reverse. It's, oh, the woman, my mother, is screaming and yelling and throwing things so much that that's normal behavior. That's how I'm supposed to act. I'm supposed to act like her when I don't get what I want. For how many years? So yeah, this is normal behavior in that environment.
When you were married, and you said you're still married to your white wife, right? She's white. Right?
No, we got the divorce a while ago.
Okay. Was it a bad divorce, or, if you don't mind me asking, what kind of divorce was it?
It was the kind where we were, well, first of all, during the marriage, I screwed everything up, just me being 20 something, this is.
So you got married very young. Okay.
Right. So yeah. I didn't know what it was back then to be a husband and a father and this and that. So I was just young, screwing around. So I screwed around on the marriage, and then she recommended counseling. We were going, I'm trying to put a lid on things. Things are maybe trying to get better. And then one day I up and wake up. She takes my daughter, and then takes everything from the house that's her value, and then they go to South Carolina with this guy that she had some relationship with or something like that. So it ended like that, but no, it never got to where I'm putting my hands on her, she's putting her hands on me, and cops are called all the time. Nothing like that. It's just it was just me stepping out and running around. That's what she got tired of. Okay. So I understood, now on the other side of it, hey, you were right to leave because I was hurting you. I didn't know how to just end a relationship and say, hey, I need to be single, you need to be single, and then we'll just parent. That should have happened a while back. You shouldn't have had to even go anywhere. So yeah, I made my peace with her. I wrote a long apology letter and things like that. A relationship with my daughter is better, so things like that. Like you when you grow up, you're able to move on and let go of a lot of stuff.
I talked about how people say that I wish I was married to a white woman because of the things that I say about Black women that I've encountered in my life. I talked about customer service. Have you experienced Black women, white women? Let's just use those two women in your life. I'm assuming you're a man of 40, maybe. In customer service, whether it's the lower ring of restaurants, McDonald's, Michelin. I don't know if you've ever been to a Michelin star rated restaurant. You probably have. Hotels, bars, shopping centers. Who has been the most pleasant in terms of customer service?
Well, by default, it's gonna be white women because I think they're more socially conditioned to serve men inside of their old household. Okay, so think about this. If you're a traditional and nuclear family in the household as a wife, you're conditioned to not only host your husband but his friends, right? So those skills are transferable to customer service, of course. So you're always going to be you're always going to be the one to help, right? Like it's not about me, it's about what I can contribute to you. How can I help you? Versus another attitude that may be, well, I'm here for me. I'm here to do whatever I need to do. Right. It's going to be, I'm here working from here to here. My job is here to here. That ain't my job. That's somebody else's job. Well, you need to talk to A, B, or C because I'm only here to do maybe this or that. I'm not trying to go out of my way and I'm not paid enough to do this and that, so that's kind of what I hear as far as the tone when you're speaking to one, because it's not like, hey, I'm happy that I'm here with a job to help you in any way possible. Like that. That's just not what. That's not the energy that they've been raised and conditioned with.
I see you, Heather. Mike from Boston with the $5 super chat. Mike, I don't know if I'm gonna misread this, but press 1 if the thought of pulverizing I'm assuming that's a white woman emoji brings a smile to your face. You can come back, ma'am. I'm gonna drop the link again for you. Uh, the gentleman King Spark said something very interesting. He said, "Why do I preface that or put like a lot of emphasis on most black women?" And then I said, "Well, we as a people always generalize. It's always cool to generalize when it's a police shooting, right? Which rarely happens in the black community. But all of a sudden, we's all gotta be in the same boat when it's George Floyd. But why can't it just be generalized in this situation? Do you get the question, or do you get the way that I put it? Or go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So the reason it's kind of quote unquote offensive is I remember watching Sherazad Ali.
Yeah. Oh, I
And
love her. I love
what Sherazad Ali always said was, everyone can be critiqued but black women. Everyone has
Ooh.
been protected from criticism but black women. We have looked and examined everyone else's condition of what is wrong except for black women. And the
Yeah.
minute we start talking about it, they don't want to listen or hear it.
Yeah. They
What they'd
don't.
rather do is change the subject. It's whataboutism. It's never like you've never seen here's let me give you an example of one thing I don't think anyone common has ever seen. I'm a big movie buff. I'm an 80s dude, so movies. But we see a lot of movies made, in the white media space, and you
Yeah.
always find a love story about a woman who really loves a man, and she looks in the mirror and tries to improve herself or something like that. But when
Okay.
you see a lot of black media, like,
Hmm.
when have you seen the black woman look at herself in the mirror and she's like all these angry things like, I need to change about myself and I really love this guy? There's a few movies like
I
that. There's like
feel like
one or two, but
the only movie that I don't really watch these types of movies, but I feel like I get what you're
you
saying.
see what I mean?
The
You see what
only
I mean?
movie that I can remember is with Gabrielle Union and Idris
Ye-
Elba. I
Okay.
think I think she had a coming to moment realization that, girl, I need pause. Girl, I need to get my things together because this man really likes me. I'm getting up there in age. He don't care about me being a lawyer. Blah, blah, blah. I think that was the only movie, but I can't really remember. It was called Daddy's Little Girls or something.
Yeah. Okay, I
That
remember
was
that
like
one.
the
I
only
remember that
one.
one.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
so even with that, it's like,
Okay.
yeah, I'm up there, but you think about even the factors. It's not it's I'm up there in age and I need to, it's a time crunch thing rather than I'm
Yeah,
deeply in love with this guy and can't live without him type of deal. She's not
yeah,
running to the airport driving all crazy to stop the plane because the love of her life is on that plane, like Marissa Tomei and
yeah,
Only You, right? She's like
yeah,
she's not going to be doing that. It'll be a phone call, like, maybe I was wrong, come
yeah.
over. It'll never be that Latina who was singing to that black dude talking about I'll pay your rent and things like that, like that song. I think it was, I forget what movie it was called, but it was a marriage from between a black dude and a Latina, and the
Okay,
families had a kind of thing. But
okay.
she went to him to
Yeah.
win him back, right? There's My Father the Hero, where the woman's outside spouting off poetry that her
Mm,
French dad is like, hey, how do I win him back? How do I win this guy back? Not,
mm,
what can, instead of what can this dude do for me? And he's a scrub, and I don't like him, and I don't need him,
mm.
and I
Okay,
needed,
that's a good point.
and while waiting to exhale was one of the most, top and gross movies, of its time back in the 90s, talking about kicking all men to the curb, all different kind of men to the curb. I don't need you in my life. Da
Mm.
da 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 da. Not one of us has a good man.
Okay, good point. Um, Damn, that's a really good point, actually. Damn, I gotta look into that. Let me ask you this real quick, and I gotta. There's a lot of people in the back, bro, and I'm so glad that you came up. Um, and of course, I'm gonna have to just stay doing the one-on-ones, guys, because of reasons that I really want to say, but I know people are gonna get offended. Uh, you know, as why I'm not gonna do a panel. Uh, were black women sassy during slavery and post-slavery? Were they sassy? telling the master what they gonna do, telling the overseer what they gonna do. I think the black woman was like that during slavery. A lot of black women.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think they were, but I think they were only that way in the confines of sex.
Oh. Okay.
I think it was okay. If you think about even right now today, 2023, the BDSM thing, the master slave dynamic still exists in within the confines of sex. So I think within the confines of sex, you okay, think about it. In sex, you do things you're not supposed to be doing. You say things you ain't supposed to be doing. You know what I'm saying? Like if the confines of sex back in slavery, think about it. They're alone, nobody's around, the slaves are outside, the wife is out somewhere, whatever, right? Within that confines, what's he crying out? He's like, master may be slave, and the black woman may be the dominant in that context. It still goes on today. I believe the Omarosa Trump relationship was kind of like that to some extent.
Yeah,
you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, to some extent. Like, I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Okay, so even back then, but it was a context back then. It was a context of sex. In Trump and Omarosa, it was in the context of power, which is kind of
I can see Trump, Omarosa, sort of attractive. I can see Trump hitting it maybe once, maybe twice, and she comes to him. Trump, you better do this for me. She telling him what he got, and he's like, okay, all right, Omarosa, you're black. I can see that. Wow, yeah, I can see that. Hey,
I can seriously see, like, if we want to be real about it, I can seriously see her in the outfit and him in an outfit, and he's on all fours and just all.
I can see something like that. She's
right.
All right. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you so much. Enter the dragon.
All right.
Enter the black dragon. Salute. Guys, I am not doing a panel. I cannot do panels anymore. No offense. Panels get out of hand. It's more order when it's just solo dolo or me interviewing one person. I've tried it. Many content creators have tried it. I can't do it. Salute to everybody in the chat. Guys, it's a lot of people that are voting on the poll but not hitting that like button. Guys, hit the like button. Salute to everybody that has dished out super chats. Positivity is coming your way. Where are the ladies at? The ladies can come on the panel. Black women, white women. I gave my case as to why. I gave my case earlier, telling people, setting the record straight. I am married to a black woman. I'm happily married to a black woman. But my opinions on white women and black women are my opinions from my experience. And because I say that certain qualities about white women that I like does not mean that I want to be with white women. Let's see who was next. See you in the back. Slim, Arpain, Flex. You got to give me a second. Arpain was next. You got to hold up, though. Give me 1 second. I can only do one at a time. JB, you're going to have to be on camera or you're going to get, or you got to step off. Oh, wait a minute. We have priority. I am simping. There's a woman that just came in. I'm going to let her up real quick. No, I'm not going to lie to you guys. Nobody really wants to see, let's be honest. Nobody really want to see a whole bunch of dudes, man. Listen, I don't look like Tay Diggs, so I need somebody who looks better than me up here. What's up, AAB? How you doing? Salute to you.
Hi. How are you all doing today?
Pretty good. What say you about what I said earlier, or what the previous guests have said, or anything that you have on the topic? Go ahead, ma'am.
I guess I wanted to chime in because I've been looking at chat, looking at some of the guests and looking at some of your commentary or listening. And I guess my issue is like the grouping of all Black women, because I feel like in my life, I am a grown woman, I'm 40. And I feel like in my whole life, I've met more pleasant Black women and Black men than quote unquote bad. So I'm just like, what is it that's making so many people feel like they're meeting all these bad Black experiences? Is it our personal situation? Is it where we're placing ourselves? Is it like our upbringing, our family, our communities? Like, what's going on? Like, because I feel like I'm not jaded enough to say like Black people are just hopeless overall. So it's like, I'm wondering what is making so many people feel that way.
Well, in my opinion, in my perspective, I feel like yes, are there a lot of blacks who are very progressive and prosperous? Of course. But in the beginning of my diatribe, I clearly said that I hate to say this, I see attitudes with deltas, AKAs, and I see attitudes with the Shaniquas who didn't even go to college. No offense, Shaniqua. I believe that it just permeates throughout the entire black race at all facets of life. I've ran into black dentists, doctors who just had attitudes, whereas I gotta say it, just white environments are just more pleasant. I don't know. Maybe they're just masters at being professional. I don't know. Because clearly they have problems. They're some of the biggest consumers in depression meds, etc. But it's like they have the ability to hide it. Like, even for example, right? You know, I like going to nice restaurants occasionally. I literally go to the host and tell them, "Do not put me with a black waitress." Now,
Really?
I'll talk about this all the time because I don't have time for the attitude. I don't have time for the sassiness.
But
And
you're already
literally-
predetermining that. I
Yes.
think some of the best
Yes.
experiences I've had in hospitality have been with black people.
Yes, your experience.
Whether it's black Americans or people, and I was in the chat earlier, I was mentioning that
I know you came from Ghana. Yep.
yeah, and it's just like,
Yeah.
and I'm just like, I don't know if that's part of my experience. Like, because I'm from Ghana, I'm very open to just cultures in general, like all across the board. So it's just like, I'm not just looking at black Americans. I'm looking at like just black people all over the diaspora. So I'm just like, I don't know. I just hate to label this because I see so many good black men and women out here in the world. It hurts my heart.
Okay. I understand it. You're all about you're an individual who identifies as black and you are about black people. But generally speaking, when you are serviced by a black woman, is she smiling like, "Hey sister, hey, how you doing?" Is she like smiling at you? Positive.
I can say in my honest opinion,
okay,
I've had a lot of pleasant experiences. I don't want to even say it's half and half. I think it's maybe I give her the energy like, "Hey sister, how you doing?" And she's nice to me. Or same thing with like the brothers. It's like they're nice to me. So it's like sometimes I'm just, and sometimes you can't help how some people act. Some people are rude and crass and nasty, and they don't have any home training, and they happen to look like us. So you can't help that. But like, I think sometimes are we putting out an energy and expecting people who look like us to be this way? So like they're giving off energy because we are unexpectedly giving off an energy to them, or I don't know.
Could be. But I guess what I'm saying is that I'm tired personally of being labeled as an Uncle Tom or a coon because I say things like, "Listen, my experiences with white women are generally pleasant. My experiences in terms of dating, it was almost like dating an angel from heaven." I don't want people to say that, "Oh, you want to marry a white woman." No, I'm not. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what it is. I'm just pointing, like, for example, right? Let's be honest.
Let's keep it real.
If me and you were in a room and we were part of a nonprofit organization that wanted to do a marathon and we wanted to put our top 5 runners in there, are we going to pick some Eskimos or are we going to pick some Kenyans?
We are picking all the East Africans. Absolutely.
Exactly. And so what I'm saying is it so bad to say that maybe, I mean, from a male's perspective, right? I know you're not a man, but from a male's perspective, if I am talking to a group of guys and I say, "Listen, if you want peace in your life, maybe it's probably best if you just divest and get you an Asian or this." Is it wrong for me to just say, because we gotta admit it, man? A lot of Asian women have attitudes compared to black women. Like, there are certain qualities that certain people have that, and that's why I use the whole analogy with the whole runner thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think stereotypes are rooted in some bit of truth.
Yeah.
I mean, they are, but I just, oh God, you mentioning divestment. See, I'm a very analytical thinker, and I'm just like, well, if we do that, if Black men divest and Black women divest, and now we're creating a whole nother race of people, and who's to say they won't pick, I guess, the other half of their race, and now we are, especially the ones that are talented as far as the Black people, myself, or maybe you, or maybe people like us, now that money is moving into another community. It's just like, how can we, how do we start the betterment of us? I'm so confused, because I feel like, yes, we can bitch and moan and complain and talk about our problems, but like, where are the solutions? And that's where I think that's the things that frustrate me. Where are the solutions? Like me, again, I told you, I've met great Black men, great Black women, great tribes of people, community. And what I do, I can't complain about the people who ain't doing what I'm not doing or the journey I'm on. So I just ignore them. I don't mess with them. And I think, like, if you or other people who are in the chat, if like that's your problem, don't focus on your problem. Focus on people who are in alignment with you, and just, like, I don't know, be marriageable with them, procreate with them, do business with them, build communities with them.
Okay, so you asked me about the whole thing with the restaurant. Okay. Throughout the course of my life, in my experience, at McDonald's all the way up, Black women tend to approach their job as very unpleasant and unprofessional. As a man, as an older guy, I just don't have time for it anymore. I don't have time for the arguments. I don't have time for the bad looks. I gave an example of a restaurant in my hometown where I had to tell on the Black girl, I'm paying all this money. I want a smile. I want you to cater to me like I'm the king of the universe. I don't want you to approach this like, okay, I'm about to go up in 25 minutes. I just feel like a lot of Black women don't have the same customer service skill level as white women do. Now, are there some bomb ass Black women with customer service skills? I'm pretty sure that it is. But overall, I've only met white women who have top-notch customer service skills. Now, all I'm saying is to prevent me from saying something and getting into an altercation, I just say this: let me get a white woman as my waitress. I don't want to get a Black girl. Now, but you're saying that you've met beautiful Black women and beautiful waitresses, and I get it. I guess we've lived a different life, and I guess it's maybe because you're a female and I'm a guy. I have no idea.
That's possible.
But that's possible.
No, that's very possible, and I agree with what you're saying, because you know what, especially if you are a customer to any business, you should have a pleasant experience. Like whatever that server or whatever their job title is, whatever they're going through, that should have no bearing on the experience you're having, especially as a paying customer. So I totally agree with that. I do believe, like, I know sometimes you have to give people grace. Like, I think I've been out before, and not that someone was mean, but I could tell something was going on. So I don't know if it's just like my personal spirit, and I'm just like, everything okay? You good?
I get it. I got it. AAB, I don't know you from a can of paint. You live in Connecticut, don't you?
No, I live in one of the blackest cities in America.
DC?
Blacker than that.
Jackson, Mississippi?
Hell no. God, no.
Okay. Okay. You didn't. Okay.
I live in Atlanta.
Okay. Oh, ATL. Oh, I love Atlanta. Oh, see, that's okay. Okay. Oh, okay. I've been going to Atlanta since 1996. I love Atlanta. Me and Anton have gotten into it about Atlanta. He hates on Atlanta all the time.
You know what? Okay. So I live like maybe 15 minutes outside of Atlanta. I can't do the city because I'm grown now.
Yeah.
And I need a house. And I like, because right now Atlanta has changed a lot. So I'm a little outside of the perimeter, but still very much Atlanta.
So Atlanta is, in my opinion, I could be wrong. I'm not an Atlantean, but I've been to Atlanta. Atlanta is an anomaly, right? So you have a lot of black wealth in Atlanta and a lot of black competition. And what I surmise is that their black people are competitive. So they're not half-assing at the barbershop. They're not, I mean, again, I don't know. But I feel like in certain cities, because the city there's a lack of an economy. People generally don't go outside their neighborhoods. It ain't really nothing going on. I guess at Barber in Gary, Indiana, he ain't really got no competition. So he could just have. I'm not saying that this is true, but I can only assume it. He ain't got no competition. He cut a hair, but all right, man, I'll see you later, man. But I feel like in Atlanta, it's like, man, I got to keep these people because there are people that are coming in from Florida, coming in from Alabama, coming in from all over. They're opening up barbershops. They want to compete. I'm about to be the best in Atlanta. So I'm about to, or even like black owned restaurants, etc. I would assume it's the same thing. I've been to Atlanta. The service there, I will admit, from black establishments is really good. I'll give you that one. But I think what it is that it's this urgency in Atlanta to be good in terms of business as a black person, because there's that competition level. But does that make sense?
No, I totally believe that's true. It's like a very enterprising city. Everyone's kind of like in hustle mode, and you have this idea, especially if you want to be an entrepreneur or like just even in your professional career, you want to excel. You feel like you want to do your best. So so it's very different. Like I remember I had an analyst job. It was contracts for a year in Colorado. And that was like a whole different. Colorado is one of the whitest states I've ever been in. I realized like when you go west of the Mississippi, like how white America is. But it's totally.
A lot of people don't know. Yeah.
Oh my God, it really is. So it's totally different. But yes, I think there's a little bit more hustle because like I think some people even forget like Atlanta is in Georgia and it's a very small fraction of Georgia. And then if you were going south, like Columbus or Albany or Savannah, anything else, totally different mindsets. So yes, I agree.
Okay. Yeah, I guess we can agree on that. Natasha says gay TL is a perfect place for chaotic. Please, Natasha. Where do we in 10th grade with all the jokes? Let me see.
Atlanta's not as gay as everyone makes it out to be too. It's just like the gay people who are out here. No, this is for old girl. Yeah. The gay people who are out here, they feel very liberated because they have a community, so they're very loud. But like everyone who makes the gay TL jokes, it's not as gay as like you think it is. Like
I saw
maybe I'm stupid.
There's this kid. I don't know if he's a kid, but he's like 25, 26. This white dude, and he travels the globe. And he goes to a lot of third world countries. And not only does he go to third world countries, he goes into the interior. Like he doesn't like.
Are you talking about the redhead kid?
He's a white dude. I was watching him the other day.
I think I know what you're talking about. He's a little redhead.
I can't think of his name.
Okay, continue.
He's been to like Caracas. He's been to Albania, Bolivia, all over in South America, in Eastern Europe, etc. He's gone to Haiti. He goes to very poor countries, very poor, and he goes into the interior. He talks to the locals. The dude really has balls of steel, if you ask me. He was in, I want to say, Bosnia, and the white people there are. This is East Europe or Eastern Europe. These are very, very poor whites, and the women there, they're walking around looking sad, frowning. They had these rough looks on their face. I could understand having that resting bitch face when you're living in a third world European country like Bosnia, Ukraine, etc. Mm-hmm. I could understand having a resting bitch face in other parts of the world where it's poverty stricken, etc. But in the wealthiest country on the planet, I just don't understand why the black woman with a PhD, the black woman with a master's, isn't walking around like, And mind you, listen, I'm not saying all black women are like this, but I just get a lot of attitude from all social spectrums of blacks. And that's the part that bothers me. And I talk about it a lot. Whereas, again, a lot of whites, even hillbillies, they will walk around smiling. But I think it's this idea that, hey, I'm still an American. So do you have anything to say about that one?
Yes, this is actually like really good that you brought that up. So recently, so my professional job, I'm a sales analyst. Recently parted ways with my company. And I was just like, I'm good. Like it was a long standing decision. I was like, you know what? I got 9 months of savings. I'm good. I can like just do this and I'm going to relax. That's why I'm in a damn robe today. Cause I'm just, and I was like, I can pop up on your show. But the reason I had left that job, cause yes, I come from a family, parents are still married. I didn't experience any crazy trauma. I think I've gone through the ups and downs like everyone else, but my day-to-day while I was with this company, I'm one of the few who looks like me, and the microaggressions and the stress, like people, like I can be the most polite, I can be the most accomplished at my job duties. I can do things outside of even my job that is my job, I guess what they're asking for, to just make sure we have a smooth sailing, and like people don't like you. And it's just like, I really didn't do nothing. I try to think I'm more intuitive, and I'm just like, what is going on? So like sometimes I think some of us, we go out into the work field and we're dealing with stuff, and like we have to bring that home. Same thing like when men say, like, we go out into the work world and like you don't want to fight in your house, but because you're dealing with stuff there. It's like I think sometimes people have to give women grace too. Like we're dealing with stuff too. Like, and because okay, I might go into another rabbit hole.
No, go ahead. It's cool.
Okay. What's the saying? Like the average black man is making like right under $50,000 a year.
I don't know. I hear different things.
Is it median?
45, 50. I don't know.
Under. Okay.
I don't know. Yeah.
And in today's economy, you can't do a whole lot with that. So women have to go to work too. So it's like we're all physically going out in the world where we're dealing with things differently. We're dealing with different stress. Like I'm saying, like, and you know, I was above average earner, and I don't say I have a whole lot of stress, but that could be stressful. So I could imagine somebody who is making way less than me going out here and people treating her like shit because she look a certain way. She doesn't have a certain level of education. She has a certain job level. And so now she go home and like, it's not like necessarily she wants to deal with or bring this kind of stress, but like, she's stressed out from the world. So it's like, she's probably bringing stress to that guy. Like she can't, and I'm not saying that's right. Because even as stressed out as I've been, I still try to be nice to people because I'm just like, that's still my issue. That's not nobody else's issue. So I'm just like, if she's dealing with that and he's dealing with that, and it's just like, they're coming home and they're dealing with each other and they're coupling with each other and they're marrying each other. Well, they're not even fucking getting married. They're having kids with each other. It's just like,
I see what you're saying.
How do we fix things? People have to fix things individually.
Let me read the super chat real quick because I want to broach that. King Spark once again with the $10 super chat. Sorry for kicking you off, King Spark, but your mic was trash. If you want to infiltrate chaotic truth, send a white woman. Come on, man. That's not... Dude, have you been listening the entire time, King Spark, of what I've been saying, sir? King Spark also says with the $5 super chat says, I apologize for not proofreading the last message. Because never mind. Not even gonna say it. Not even gonna go there. Let me see. I will do a panel of women if women decide to call in. So I will do a panel of women, but not dudes. So I can't do it anymore. Okay. I get what you're saying. I'm
one of the few people that still have a landline at their phone.
Oh,
I know. I'm old.
Okay, AB. Let's say that you are correct. People have to deal with the stresses of life. But in my opinion, what you just said are first world problems. I'm pretty sure people in Ukraine would love to have American microaggressions working for, I'm sorry, I don't know if you want to name drop the company you work for, but I'm assuming Okay, I'm assuming your company is $1 billion per year
It is
revenue.
definitely
company.
a Fortune 50.
I would Fortune 50.
Oh, my parents didn't play. They made sure we.
Okay. So here, AAB, salute to you. Here you go. You told me everything I need to go. No, you're an elite Black.
No, I'm not. No.
Just hear me out. You work for a Fortune 50, and you work in corporate. You work in corporate. You are making clearly over 6 figures. You're making more money than most of the inhabitants on the planet. People in Liberia ain't making 100,000 a year. People in Ukraine ain't making 100,000 a year. No offense to you. I'm not downplaying your problems, but I'm pretty sure people in Ukraine right now would love to trade places with you right now, getting microaggressions at a Fortune 50 company. She worked.
No, I totally agree. I'm back home from. I'm back home from Ghana. Like, I grew up very humble beginnings.
Yeah.
You know, like when I would go back home, like, yeah.
Did you ever meet Jerry Rollins?
Did
you ever meet Jerry Rollins?
I did. When I was a child, I did meet Jerry Rollins. Look at you.
I wonder why his death wasn't like it. His death wasn't
what you know
talked
about
about
him?
as much.
Were people saying he was killing people and doing a whole bunch of stuff?
Nah. Yeah.
Yeah. No. I did meet Jerry Rollins when I was a child, but like my father, like I'm an Ashanti tribe. Like my father's side is from Kumasi. My mother's side is from Accra. And we still have family, even though like my parents lived in like suburban areas in their community, we still have family in the village. So it's just like, even though my parents had a decent life, they raised us to be very humble. It wasn't no like bougie stuff. So it's like, even though you're talking about people in wherever, like they would look at my life now, we worked very hard for this. My parents bust their ass and made sure that we bust our ass, and it just wasn't a game. So it's just like, I guess sometimes I'm just like, I try to give people grace, but it's like excuses as well. I'm trying to balance.
I get what you're saying, but you still have first world problems. Most of the planet is not living like we are, or I'm
but
using.
I made the right choices.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like in other places, they don't have any choices, right? So you can work hard all you want in Indonesia, you're gonna be poor. But the fact of the matter, I mean, come on, But what I'm saying is,
but you could literally make a choice to go left or right and still be in the same space. Somebody in a poor Indonesian time.
Over 100. I don't know how many people have been killed in Ukraine, right? You have people. Okay, you know what do you know what who the Uyghurs are in China? The Uyghurs are in China.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
Do you know who the Uyghurs are in China?
The Uyghurs?
Yeah.
I don't think I'm familiar.
Okay, the Uyghurs are a small ethnic group in China that is being subjugated and oppressed by Xi Jinping's government. They live very old ways. They don't want to adapt, basically. A lot of them are Muslim, if I'm not mistaken. There are people on this planet that have actual problems. And when I hear, and I'm not downplaying microaggressions, right? But when I hear people say microaggression, when I hear people say anything about what's going on in America, I kind of laugh. And it's because our problems are really nothing compared to other people's problems on the planet. Like over 30 years ago in Rwanda, there were people being hacked to death.
Yes, I remember that.
So what I'm saying is that I get what you're saying, but when people say, well, Black women have to do this, we may have to work, we may have to do this, we come home, I'm like, you're really not struggling the way that you think you are. Oh, by the way, that guy's name is Kurt Cass. The guy, the white guy that travels.
Kurt Cass?
Yeah, the guy
I was thinking it was somebody else.
Yeah, okay. His name is Kurt Cass. And so what I'm saying is, like, I've seen his videos. And, I mean, he's gone to places. I'm talking about, you think the south side of Chicago's bad. I'm talking about their places in Haiti, places in Africa he's went, places in South America. I'm like, man, ain't no way in hell I'm walking around in these places. Like, he's in the interior parts. And what I'm saying is, like, these people really have problems. Whereas in America, are microaggressions really problems?
Well,
you don't have to echo shit. I'm just asking. Go ahead.
Okay, I think I totally understand what you're saying. I think also you have to look at, like, there's a little bit of intersectionality with people as far as class and like where they are. So like, I'm telling you about my stress, but yes, I totally agree with what you're saying. I'm like, me, because I know there's a lot more bonuses versus minuses.
Yeah.
I don't feel the stress as hard as somebody who may be in the south side of Chicago making 20,000-30,000 a year, like, don't see a lot of opportunity, maybe came from a different family, right? Excuse me?
But that is their choice to make 20,000 a year. I mean, when you really sit back and think about it,
I keep it real with you.
Yeah.
Now that I think about the way, like, because I had parents who came over here and had to start from scratch. Yes, I don't want to say no, but like,
okay. So
yes,
here goes the thing, right?
Yes and no.
Okay. So here goes the thing, right? The black girl that I had to tell on. This was like 10 years ago. Black girl she was pretty, maybe 21, 22 years old. Very pretty.
Mm-hmm.
About 5'8". Beautiful. Huh?
That's a good height.
Yeah, she was about 5'8", beautiful body. Oh, yeah. Nice and slender. But had the work. I mean, she was nice and dark skinned, beautiful facial symmetry. Just a pretty girl. But every time I came into Zanzibar, that's the name of the restaurant, by the way, guys. I'm name dropping the restaurant. Every time I came in there, attitude. Not just with me, but with everybody. Not smiling, rushing orders, not mingling with the people at she worked at the bar.
Mm-hmm.
So she'd bring you your food and go right on her phone. And I had to tell them, I said, this is a community restaurant. Blacks of all types of status come here. This little girl can destroy it. And what I'm thinking in my head is, what is so wrong in this girl's life that she is behaving like this? But I get what you're saying. Hey, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, no. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I get what you're saying. Trust me, I do. But what is so wrong in this girl's life? The girl is extremely pretty. I mean, literally from where we're at, this girl's a legit 9. Legitimately a 9. Got blessed with height, blessed with a nice body. And I'm thinking, why does she act like this? She didn't grow up in the third world, so she's already better than the vast majority of people on the planet. Let's be honest, just by birthright.
Mm-hmm. Because
she's not floating on an inner tube to get here. She's already here. So I'm thinking, why does she act like this? Why do they act like that? And go ahead.
I think like some of the things you said, I think this is where it's a little male-minded, and like, you're a man, so of course by default you're going to think that way. You're looking at her like, you are not born in the worst situation in the world. Statistically, you're in a good place and you're beautiful, so everything should be easy for you. And it's not. People go through the stuff. You don't know what she's gone through. She could, like, I know so many people who I've looked at and I'm just like, oh, they're gorgeous, or they like can speak a certain way, or they can do a certain thing, or they have a certain ability, but like, there are a lot of nuances to people in their situations. So like, we really don't know.
Okay. AAB.
I don't want to bring out the worst thing that could have possibly happened, because but like, you don't know people's situation. So we have to give people grace.
Okay. That boy that got shot in Kansas City.
Oh, please don't tell me.
Hear me out for a minute. Hear me out. Now, we don't really know what happened. 84-year-old man, 84-year-old people. Come on, you could get started. But that's not even what I'm going to talk about. The mother is from Liberia. She says that she's been a nurse for 20 years. She was on TV. here goes this woman who fled Charles Taylor, fled the Civil War in Liberia, and her son is shot, unfortunately. And on TV, she is still it's still some sort of power to her. She's not. It's right, and she's not hollering and screaming, shucking and jiving. This racist country and blah blah blah. And she's not even in this incident. She's not making herself out to be a victim per se. And what I'm saying is that this woman comes from the most horrific, at one point, the most horrific place in Africa, because the Civil War in Liberia was atrocious. And even here, she comes here, she becomes a nurse. She gets on TV after her son is shot, and she still has this resilience to herself. Is she sad? Probably so, but she still wasn't coming off like negative though. But go ahead.
Well, I mean, we can't tell people how to grieve and express themselves, and I think also people who come from very harsh experiences, they deal with things differently than people who haven't. So it's like, okay, I think somebody who was like very post antebellum Black would deal with things differently than a 2023 Black here in America, just because they've seen so much. Maybe they're jaded. Maybe it's a defense mechanism. Maybe she hasn't like just let it out yet. The shit just happened. Sorry, I don't mean to cuss.
Yeah, no, you good.
Happened. Yeah. It just happened. It's very fresh, and maybe she has other kids, or maybe her other family, and she's just trying to not crack. So I understand, but I totally understand what you're saying. But it's just like I feel
okay. How about this?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Do you feel like, and I see you guys in the back, you're gonna hang tight though, guys. Hang tight. Do you feel like, now you were born in Ghana, you came over here, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is it possible that, and I'm not telling you to, because you haven't generalized at all, so that's a good thing. But in my opinion, and I'm gonna generalize, I feel like the most catered to woman in this country is the Black woman. Oh, don't get her mad. Oh, don't do this. Oh, no. No. And I feel like I've seen it so many times. Like even that incident that happened with me at Macy's. Me and my friend, me and her going to Macy's.
What happened at Macy's?
She's a fashion stylist, actually in Atlanta. And a Black woman who's working in customer service, old mean Black woman, like 50 something, just mean for no reason. And I'm thinking, why is she acting like this? Like, what is so bad in her life that is the reason why she's doing that? When you have people who fled Rwanda, you have people who have fled the Ukraine, fled Bosnia during the Bosnian War, people who really were getting, people were getting messed up. They come here and they appreciate it. They I don't know. I'm not saying I don't know all foreigners that come here, but what I'm saying is I just see, like, I feel like America caters to Black women, and even in that Macy's, those white boys that I snitched on her to, the managers, it's almost like they had a relief in their face, like, oh, I'm so glad a Black guy said something, because I know I can't say anything. They call me a racist.
Snitching on all these Black women.
Oh, hell yeah, I'll stitch on them. I got stock at Macy's. I lied to the white boy. I told him I had like a couple of thousand shares. I had like,
I'm playing with you. I'm playing with you. So what I think two things. I still stand on my position that I think Black women are dealing with things separately that I think no other, well, at least in this country, because I know culturally there's a lot of cultural differences and people deal with different things in different places. I think in this country they're dealing with things, but I think we need to learn. Maybe. Excuse me. I was gonna give you an alley-oop. You missed it?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
They're dealing with things, but it is an individual's responsibility to deal with their stuff. Okay. It really is. And it's hard because it's like you've been programmed and you've seen certain things. how do you even know how to even make that first step? It is an individual thing, person. It is, and it's not like if I'm going through some bullshit, like I don't, and I really don't mean to cuss, but like
No, you good.
that's not your responsibility. So if I work at freaking, I don't know, Houston's or the Garden Room in Atlanta, and I'm dealing with bullshit that life or whatever has put me through, and you come and I'm a server at your table, I don't have to put you through that stuff as well. So it's just like, but I think we need to individually, men and women need to figure out what is our stuff and how do we fix it so we can be better to each other as a community and as people. And that's really it. My whole thing is always elevate yourself to be a better version of yourself, because I think if you elevate yourself to be better, you will have better outcomes, and you have to just do the work. But unfortunately, some of us, we don't have the tools. We don't have the people behind us. We don't know the path to do the work. And that's the problem.
Okay. First female millionaire in the country, United States.
CJ Walker?
Madam CJ Walker.
Yes.
Okay. The highest appointed the highest voted, no, not voted, the highest political figure that's been a woman.
Shirley Chisholm?
Kamala Harris.
Oh, damn. You know what? I ain't seen them in so long. I forgot about her.
Yeah, I know she's not voted in technically. I know she's selected, right? The vice president is selected, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah. Melody Hobson. You know who that is? I know you know who that is. Melody Hobson.
Off the top of my head, why
she started a $1 billion equity firm.
Why? You have to forgive me. I'm 40, y'all. I'm 40. My brain is starting to.
So think about all of the Black women that are nurses, all of the Black women that are in education, that are PhDs, all of the Black women who are in these sororities. I see where you're coming from, but what I see in America is just Black women walking around cosplaying as princesses, and everybody has to. And I feel like that's what has happened here. It's like a lot of Black women are just cosplaying as princesses. You got Black men walking around calling them queens, right? You got Black women, you got Black men walking around, I open that door for you, sister, calling them sister and stuff. And I think like that does something to somebody's psyche. Like, you have to serve me.
But do you know a lot of women don't get that though? I've talked to like all different types.
I don't know.
I'm serious. They really don't.
I don't know.
They really don't. Or they
go ahead.
Go ahead. Look,
Slim.
Look, he like, let me come
Slim.
in.
Were you in Kent when the Zetas had CNN come to the school because that white sorority had the blackest award for one of their members? Were you in Kent when that happened? You're on mute, bro.
Oh.
You're on mute. You're on mute, Slim. Slim, you're on mute, bro.
My bad. No,
you weren't a kid at the time when that happened?
I don't think so. The most.
Okay, so I'm gonna tell you about the power. I'm gonna tell you about the power of Black women. AAB at Kent 20 years ago. Listen, people think wokeness is new. No, it's not. In Kent, where I went to school at, this white sorority. Look, these girls, just silly old white girls, they didn't know no better. They had a member who, was kind of like, she had tendencies that you would think of more in the Black culture.
Oh my God, did she mess up the stroll?
No, white girls don't stroll. So Slim went to Kent with me too, by the way. So the white sorority had an award ceremony, and they have what is called banquet services at a lot of schools where the students, they provide, they work with the university, they provide the banquet, they work in the kitchen or whatever. Mm-hmm. So one of the Zetas was working in banquet services. This made CNN too, by the way, 20 years ago.
Wow. She
was in this award ceremony, and the white girls were having this award. The white girls said, into the blackest sorority member in the white sorority. So the Black girl, who was one of the cooks, she quietly walked out. 2 days later, CNN, I think it was a few other major news outlets were there.
Probably Buzz. Bus probably.
Oh, you already know Bus was a part of it. There was the Zetas made the white girls walk all the way to Oscar Ritchie, Slim. They had the black sorority girls. This is what I'm saying about black women in this country, how much power black women really have, and I think that's why they have attitudes all the time. The Zetas told the white girls that you're gonna come meet with us and talk to us about what you did in the Black Student Union. White girls came in there looking, oh man, it was terrifying for those white girls. They came in there, they're like, oh my God, we didn't think nothing of it. And right then and there, and this is just one incident, that incident right there let me know black females, people acquiesce to black females. Because you couldn't have got no black girls to go to those white sororities. Them black girls would say, bitch, I ain't going to your damn sorority house. F you. F you. And so what I'm saying is that is it possible that maybe we get a lot of attitudes, not you, man, because you said you don't get any attitudes, but I think it's possible that maybe, I'm using one incident, that maybe we get a lot of these incidents is because people actually fear kind of black women. Is that so? You get what I'm saying?
I do believe there's a fear because I do regardless of culture, because I think I hang around black women all over the globe. Most of us will speak out, and I don't think speaking out is necessary. Oh shit! I'm trying to figure out what's going on my camera. Speaking out.
Hey, AB, I'm going to. Oh, by the way, I'm gonna try to do a panel. Is that cool with you?
Yes.
I'm gonna try to do a panel. Guys, please, let's not talk of each other. There's a lot of people in the back waiting. JB, for the love of God, can you cam up? Why do you do this everywhere you go, JB? Cam up, man. Hold on for a second. JB, cam up, man. JB, cam up.
Come on, JB.
Let's get you up out of here. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Oh, does Slimmy need to say anything? I forgot what I was saying. Slimmy, do you need to say anything?
Oh no, I'm sorry. You were talking AB. Go ahead.
No, I think black women just naturally speak up, and so I don't know if that's like I don't know why people fear that, or maybe I'm like, do some people fear it because they just know that black women are just gonna call it how it is? Now, not all black women are not right, but like I just think like they will. Because to me, like whenever I have a work meeting, like I don't go in there to be controversial, but I'll just be like, okay, so this is what I seen. Where some of my people who are on my team, they're scared. I'm looking at them and I'm like, bitches, like this meeting is only 30 minutes. We need to say what we need to say so we can get our stuff corrected and the department knows what we need to get fixed. And they won't say it. Like, so they're kind of even looking to me like, are you going to say something? So it's just like, I don't say it to be the advocate for the group, but like, I just think that should I think black women have a very I'll do it to just like get things fixed attitude.
I think that you are in denial.
I
think you're in denial.
No,
I think that black women, not all, but I think that a lot of black women have an attitude because they have been treated like princesses all their life by random men.
Black women in the United States of America have been treated like princesses. When you consider all kind of princesses and royalty all across the globe, I think not. I even think about the way even my culture, the way we even get married. When I tell black people about that here in America, they're like, y'all do that? That's wonderful. No, black women are getting very subpar princess treatment.
Okay. Slim, what's up, man? Slim, you want to broach the main topic or you want to broach what me and AAB were talking about? I mean, it's still a part of the same topic.
Hey, gentlemen, I just want to say hello to everyone.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Bro, so I was on this other panel. Well, not on another panel. I was on another channel, and they was talking about the Pearly thing. And I saw you talking to her, bro. Like,
yeah, it's good. I saw it. Don't worry about it, man. We ain't got to talk about it. We ain't got to mention her at all.
Okay,
Yeah, we got to mention her.
I was kind of ill, bro. But yeah,
no,
but
yeah,
but as far as this goes, I do think some sisters here they got. I don't think it's all of them. I don't think we can generalize.
Yeah,
that.
I agree.
I do think some sisters here they they trip out. You know what I'm saying? I don't know the root of it. I think like now I know it's because of feminism. You know, feminism has
the feminist movement. Yeah.
Well, yeah. I think that's destroying the black family dynamic. That's intentional. You know what I'm saying? I think that was fueled, to cause us to have these conversations, to really weaken our structure as far as making our culture better. Well, our women didn't have to accept that, but that's where they're going with it. But also another thing is, man, I think that us as men, we got to be better leaders. We got to be better leaders.
Slim, do you date white women or not, sir? I mean, and why do we get shamed as black men if we point something out about black women and then they say, "Oh, you want to be the white woman"? Go ahead.
Now see that's where I had a problem. I haven't dated exclusively any white women, but I do think.
You gotta leave AAB.
No, I wanted him to make his point. I just wanted to I see other people have come in, so I did want to ask something when he's finished his point.
Okay, go ahead, Slim. And then
I do see a problem with when black men hold black women accountable. It's so much pushback. When black men hold black women accountable, they gotta be homosexuals, they gotta hate women, they gotta just you just love white women. Or you a Uncle Tom, you a coon. I have a problem with that narrative though. Like that shit gotta stop. Because if we can't hold you accountable, well then what can we say to you? How can we have a discussion in any kind of way? How can we ever have a back and forth? If when we go to you to say, hey, we got a problem with this, we can't have a discussion because now you're on guard. And now we can't talk to you. Now it's an argument. And it's not a discussion anymore. So that's where I definitely have a problem with. And I agree with you on that. That's an issue. That shit got to stop.
Who treats you better when you go out in public, black or white women?
Now see that I've had bad experiences with both. So it don't matter.
Okay.
I've had bad experiences with both. So
you been to Zanzibar lately?
I never went there, bro.
Really?
No, I never went to Zanzibar. I never been there. So, but I've had great servers at TGI Fridays that were black women.
Okay, there we go.
To the point where the women that I was with, I used to travel, go to all different type of restaurants with two black women everywhere I went. We used to always go try different places, and the black women there, they would treat us like royalty, maybe because I was there. I don't know what it was. They would give us A1 treatment. The white women would give us A1 treatment. They be flirtatious.
Okay.
It's not, and then I've dealt with horrible white women service.
Yeah.
Maybe they hated their job. I don't know what it was. I've dealt with horrible black women service.
Okay.
I don't know why. I do know why. They didn't want to be there. That's what white women or black women. I don't think that's a matter of culture. I think that's a matter of situational. The situation that they're in, their circumstances, they don't want to be there.
What color of women strips? What color of women strips the best? At Gold Horse.
Man.
What?
Anyway, I'll just talk. Anyway, Flex, you were next, real quick. You want to broach what I was saying earlier? I was pretty much telling people I'm tired of being labeled as a Carlton who only dates white women. In fact, I'm married to a beautiful black woman, and if I give my opinions on white women about how pleasant and nice that they are, that doesn't mean that I really want to be with one. I'm just pointing out that their nature. And yes, it is like being in heaven when you're around them sometimes. But go ahead, Flex. What say you, sir? You ain't got an echo chamber me.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you a little bit of pushback on that. There's not that much of a difference between black women and white women. Growing up, I know what it's like to go to predominantly white schools private schools. I've been to all black private schools. I've been to 90210 type high schools in Northern California. I've seen drug use by white kids, and I mean heroin at 15 years old. I never even seen black kids use hardcore drugs. But because of media imaging, black people as a whole fantasize how they believe all white people are. When in reality, there are differences, but there's not that much of a difference. Like for instance, the biggest difference between black women and white women is the biggest difference between black people and white people.
Okay.
White men will do the same exact thing that black men do, but they're not going to make a song about it. They're not going to write a book about it. They're not going to make a movie about it. And they're not going to call their friends and tell them. The only people who will know are the people that are in their immediate circle, and they will keep it in-house and they'll sweep it under the rug. Black people will do it. Facebook, IG, cousins, movies, rap songs, and everybody will know it. They'll put it on blast. White people are more on the low with it. A lot like Asians are. Those little massage parlors that we all know what goes on in there.
What do you mean?
But come on.
No, go ahead.
But to everybody else, they're submissive, they're docile, they don't talk. But we know what's going on in the massage parlors, right? We know what they're doing in there. But we can never do anything like that because everybody would know. They'll do it, and only the people that know. If we would attempt to do something like that, it would get shut down within days because it would get advertised. There would be songs about it. Someone would make a movie about it. Somebody would write a book about it, and everybody would be talking about it, and it would get shut down immediately. So that's one of the biggest differences. And then with white women, they do a better job of keeping themselves up. Many times at 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the morning, you see white women jogging by themselves. They don't need to go to the gym. I can get video. Chaotic, when you come out here, I will show you tons of white women in the middle of the night jogging up hills for whatever reason.
Oh, you mean the hills? Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Where are you located?
Jogging. I'm in the Bay Area.
Okay, I'm curious.
Jogging. Okay. And the ones that don't jog, they'll get up early with their yoga mats, go into a yoga class before work. I don't see a lot of black women doing that because a lot of black women, they're
kind of broke out there, Flex. Let me move on to Arpain. He was next. What's up, Arpain? Salute to you, sir.
What's going on, man? Salute to you.
Yep. I gave my spiel on why of course, I will keep it real. There are qualities about white women that I do like. But I think that, we should pick qualities from other groups of people. I think that, hey, look, if I need a marathon runner, I'm going to pick a Kenyan. I'm going to bet on the Kenyan. If I'm betting, if you're a betting man, you're not going to bet on an Eskimo. So if I'm telling younger people, hey, man, listen, if you're having problems with black women, you may want to get you a white chick or an Asian. Is that so wrong, Arpain?
No, well, first of all, it's not wrong. I think the situation that we're in, if what I would tell my daughters, or I don't have any sons, to marry within a race because it makes it easier. But there's got to be candidates available, right? And there are some, but how big is the haystack that you're trying to find the needle that you want? So so in that situation, here's one that I think about, interracial marriage. First of all, I think interracial marriage is evolutionary, right? The whole world, since it's smaller, has always been evolutionary. I mean, it was interfaith, interfaith marriage, internationality marriage. Interracial marriage is not even like, it's almost fait accompli now. The world is smaller. We're finding out that people are people wherever you go, and that doesn't make me less blackity black. There's a whole bunch of blackity blacks out there acting a fool right now in this manosphere. But it's evolutionary. I mean, we would really prefer having black kids marry black women and all of that. So it's not even a slight. It's you fall for who you fall for these days. And 100 years from now, we're not going to be talking about race. We'll be talking about class. Because class is a bigger issue now than race. Even in the black community, we got black people who can't even relate to inner city blacks in no way, shape, form, or fashion. They couldn't even. If you put them in the deepest, darkest place in Chicago, and where all the killing and those crazy ass kids from a suburb, the black people will be petrified just like any other white person, right? So, I mean, we have a lot of issues, and your other main issue. I'm not going to really go on too long about black women in general. It's not that black men can't talk to black women. Nobody can talk to black women about anything. Nobody. I don't give a shit who you are. You can't tell black women anything. And in general, women don't know how to take L's at all. White, black, and so women can't take L's, but black women take it to the extremes. And so it's not all black women, but the ones who are in this manosphere, in this space, in this echo chamber we call YouTube. They're the loud, maybe minority or loud plurality. They're the loud ones. The nice, quiet sisters in the background. Here's their issue. It's like the cop thing. Everybody says, there's only a small percentage of the cops. But if all the other cops don't say anything, how do we know? Right? If all the good cops are silent, how do we know? So all the good sisters. The only sister I know who's unapologetically kicks black women's butts is Crimson Cure. She's the only one I see unapologetically post video after video identifying the dirt that's being done, not only to each other, but to black men, society, community, everything. So, man, go ahead. I'm done.
Chaotic, that question that you just posed to him, saying that if you have problems with black women, you should get you a different race. But usually, and Kevin Samuels used to say this, if you are bad at picking women, it doesn't matter what the race of the woman is. And I know this from relatives. If generally people that pick bad black women, when they go white, they pick bad white women too.
That's beside the point, though. That's besides the point. I mean,
most black people. Go ahead.
Beside the point. Let me tell you why it's beside the point. It's not whether you can pick good or bad. It's whether you don't pick because of race, right? So if you're a good picker, is that going to make it different? Okay, that's what I'm saying.
But what he is saying, but what Chaotic says, if you have problems with black women, go get you a woman that's of a different race, as if you're not going to have those same type of problems. But you will. If you're bad at picking women. I think one of the biggest problems with black people is that we don't know how to vet, and that's on both sides. Black men don't know how to vet women. Black women don't know how to vet men.
Hold on for a second. AAB, real quick, and then let's get to Bishop. He's been waiting for a long time.
Okay. Good evening, all the other gentlemen that come on the chats. Hey, Kojo, I love you. I want to sing. My brother, Mr. Payne.
Yes,
but if, like you just mentioned, like if that is a generalization, then if you're aware that's a generalization, then why paint a broad brush? Like, can't we just acknowledge the black women that are doing well and like let's not put everybody into the fold? If we all know that, like, because I don't put all you brothers into the bad hole,
like black women into that hole. I said that I said, nobody can hold black women accountable. That's not just me saying.
Yes, you can. You absolutely can.
No. I'm not saying you don't try, but the pushback is universal.
Then don't continue to push back with them women. Push back with those who want to be on a good accord.
Well, you don't have to push back with them. They're volunteers, right? So we have to weed out. See, my thing with you, the big thing is that it's the other black women who need to step up. It's not everybody else. It's when black women see other black women doing badly, they remain silent for the most part. for the most part. I mean, everybody else can be quiet. I mean, I don't see a whole bunch of sisters coming out and say, hey, that's not acceptable. Twerking on the dinner table is not. Walking into a restaurant butt naked is not. It's not. It's not acceptable. Using a kid against your baby daddy because you're mad that he's moving on to another woman is not acceptable. I mean, I don't hear a lot of black women talking about that. Setting up a black man to get killed by your brother or for some stupid stuff and all this stuff. I don't hear a lot of black women coming out and saying this is not good behavior. And okay, here's what men need to do. We just need to have better standards. So that's where our fault is. Our fault as black men is that we're so lax with our standards in general, Mr. E-Man. We're so lax with our standards. Our women are fat, horny, and strung out because we don't have standards enough to make them compete for us. That's what I'm saying. So a lot of people don't like that. And, if you do some analysis where men don't have standards, the women are big as hell. Where they have standards, they compete for the best men out there. They have to have some kind of decorum so they can compete for the guy they want. I mean, if you really think about it, that's what it is. It's part of it. It's not all of it, but it's part of it. And so, listen, that's my thing. So I said it off. I'm going to get banished, but that's fine. I love it. But go ahead.
What's up, Bishop?
His head, man. There you go.
Go ahead, Bishop.
Now, I come from the other side of the Black Manosphere. I'm over there with SYSBM crowd. So I figured I need to come over here and give my 3 cents because I'm the brother that interracial dates anyway. So, yeah, I see your face. I was married to an African woman. Nice. And I noticed the experience with an African woman and with Afro-Latinas is completely different than it is with sisters. So I don't think we can say being black is the reason why black women are unmarried. Because I noticed these Nigerian girls and these Dominican girls don't have problems finding a husband. So it's not the skin color that's the problem. It's the culture. And these Hindu girls that are walking around, these Arab girls that are walking around, they're just as brown as we are. The white man puts his foot on their neck just as much as he puts it on our neck. They don't have problems finding husbands. It's just one culture that has a problem being a wife and getting together with a man. Mine. That's pretty much what I wanted to point out. Mm-hmm. I mean, you're African, Miss AAB. I'm sure a lot of your cousins aren't walking around here at 35 still single.
No, majority of them are married. But that leads me to ask a question.
So it's not skin color.
It's not
culture.
It's culture. But I'm just like, who shapes the culture? Is it the men that shape the culture? Do women shape the culture? Is it both of us? Like, I never hear any other group, and I'm not blaming black men at all. I'm really just asking questions. And when I say black men, I guess I'm talking about Black American men. Who shapes the culture? Because I don't hear any other group, and I know every group has their problems. Is it the women that shape the culture, or is it the men that shape the culture? You all help me understand, because I'm trying to just
our culture.
Entertainers.
Our culture is predominantly matriarchal for the most part, right? But let's take a step back from that. If black men were the problem, I wouldn't see in these major cities Latinas, Brazilians, Arabs, and white women all trying to date the white collar black man. I do not see, however, when I'm walking around New York City, I don't see a bunch of people trying to chase the American sister. Sure, the Afro-Latina, sure, the Brazilian, yes. But if black men were so bad at shaping our culture and we made such terrible husbands, why are all these ethnicities trying to look for the white-collar black man? That's the only question I ever have. If we're so terrible, why every major city you go to, you see the white-collar, college-educated black man, and he's cross-dating. I forget white women for a minute. Mm-hmm. These Latinas, these Indians, there's 1 billion Indian women, and they come over to America. Do they get them a white man? No. You've seen all these curly hair babies around New York City because it's Indian chicks with black dudes. I got an Arab woman. She says, damn, it's much better being with a black man than being with men in my culture. They trying to cross date, but if we're that terrible and we're such monsters, why pick us? Interracial, the stats are the stats for a reason.
I don't think you all are terrible, like as a whole, but I think
because you're African, you love us.
I mean, I mean, of course, but I think some black men in America, like they're putting their value, like, oh, women want us, but like I think, and I'm really not trying to be disrespectful, like, you know, let's be respectful and be adults here. I think a lot of women look at you all like the desirability thing as far as physical. And I think a lot of Black American men, some of them put their desirability on like, I can lay these girls. They put the desirability on like their sex, their penis, what they can do. But it's just like, as far as statistically, are we owning stuff? Like the things that like a real woman would want in a husband or a leader, like a lot of Black men in America leading in that. And that's not the truth. So I'm not saying that's the case for all women. I'm speaking in generalities. I could be wrong, but that's just kind of what I'm seeing, because I grew up in an area where it was it was very diverse, mostly white people. And like when these white girls were in high school or like undergrad, yes, they wanted these Black men because they wanted them for the desirability politics. But who did they marry? They married their men because their men owned shit. Their men had assets. Their men was going to make sure that they had generational wealth. It's different. So it's just like,
do you really think? Hold on. Do you really think the Hindu girls and the Latinas and the Asian girls coming over here are watching porn and saying the Black men are so desirable?
No, I don't think they're watching porn.
If you type in YouTube right now, I'm an Asian woman, why am I with a Black guy? I'm an Armenian woman, why am I with a Black guy? They all say the same thing, and it's not sex. It's never sex. No woman marries for sex.
I'm playing.
Right? They all say the same thing. They're nice. I could bring my woman in here right now. She is still shocked to this day that I do dishes. She's shocked that she doesn't have to fix me a plate all the time. She's shocked that I could cook. Every Black man I know can cook, does dishes.
Yes, absolutely.
Right. Other cultures, men don't do that. It's not the sex why or the appeal, because I don't see women coming from other countries looking for an African man. They're coming looking for the African American man. Yes, they're coming looking for the.
I'm in Atlanta, boo. They want all the Africans, but what you're saying is, I'm speaking in generalities. You could be a dope guy and you probably treat your women with respect and like everything is good. I mean, I can't speak for every individual, but I'm going by when I've seen them as a group and things I've heard them even say, because women speak to women or they say things that they think they can comfortably say to women. It's kind of shocking. And so like, I'm just like, why do these men, like, do they not know this? Because I don't like y'all being fetishized. I think it's gross.
I don't think we are.
Hold on a second. AAB, no offense. You've taken over the show. I like it. But hold on for a second. No, you're good. No, you're really good. You're good. You. I'm telling you. But Little Black Book, what's up, man? What say you, sir, about the topic? You're on mute, sir.
Is the topic, because the topic has shifted quite a bit, is the topic the question that we're answering? Because you
can still talk. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you came in on this, but if you want to broach the main topic, that's fine too.
I mean, I'll go off to what was just kind of said. I think there's obviously some interesting overlaps here. So first and foremost, I think the brother Bishop kind of made a good point here as well. So I appreciate you, Bishop. But I think there is when we're talking about the subjects, we've got to take into account different factors that play into decision making, right? So environmental is one of those issues, right? Societal, right? For instance, if you're in a big city, you know, you're in New York, if you're in London, it's expected to be almost intermingling because we have such a cosmopolitan or a mix of people in a small amount of area, right? But you go further out into, well, maybe for you guys, I don't know how you, but for us in UK, you go further north or you go further south away from the epicenter of the UK, you're going to find there's going to be less of that interracial dating, right? Because the attitudes and values that people hold are actually tied into race. So, it becomes more difficult to do the interracial dating. So that's actually one of the issues. But I think when we talk about, and I'll go on what chaotic said a little bit earlier on, like for instance, if a black woman doesn't treat you right, or you're not getting a right to a black woman, should you go for a white woman? And my only thing is saying, listen, you can go for whoever you want to go for, right? But I think Flex kind of said it properly. If you can't vet with black women, you can't vet with white women. You just can't vet at all. You're gonna have the same issue over and over again. What you couldn't do on this side, you will do on the other side. So if you've got a poor vetting process, that's gonna continue on the other side. Number two, I think also whenever we start doing a juxtaposition between black women and white women, we're doing exactly what your slave masters taught you, right? When they start juxtapositioning black women and white women, or black men and white men. When you do that, you start doing the role of your massa. Because that's exactly what he was doing, right? In order to create a hierarchy between yourself and them. And so if you're somebody who does that, who goes, well, if black women treat me wrong, I'm going to go for a white woman. I'm going to tell you, you need to be very, very careful because you're about to perpetuate some stereotypes, right? Which are going to bleed and feed into your own children. And by the way, don't worry about your issues. The children's issues are going to be a main thing for you because they go through identity crisis in terms of which sides do they fall on. Because it's culture, it's also race that also affects it as well. That happens. I know he's shaking his head. When you're in UK, when we were younger, right? What we call you ever speak to somebody who's a mixed race? The issue that they always found themselves in when we were younger. Just when we're younger, when you're older, you settle in your place. The issue was always which side do I fall on? Because you get issues with black people, you get issues with white people. Right, so there are actual key things that happen to people that issues. I'm not saying it's wrong per se. I'm saying there are issues that are going to follow this. And one of my biggest cruxes
is really an issue.
Hold on, let him finish. Let him finish, right, man.
One of my biggest cruxes about these kind of conversations is if you're gonna say you're gonna date out, I don't mind. Do what you want to do. Even my brother's married to a white woman, no issues. But the beautiful thing that he did is he named his child both two names, Esther and Amma. He gave a Ghanaian name, and he also gave it, quote unquote, you want to call it biblical, British, or whatever you want to call it, kind of name, right? Because they had to understand that the culture that he comes from must be preserved. So if you're going to date out, I don't care what you do. You want to date out? Number one, you don't have to put down your own to do it. If you do, you got problems. And number two, preserve the culture. You do not have to lose your culture jumping into another culture to assimilate, because in the end, that child still has to face the fact that which side do I fall on? What culture do I put myself into? So, I'm just a person that if you want to do what you want to do, by all means, choose what you choose. But if you have to put someone down to do it, I don't think you're even in the right frame of mind to choose a partner accordingly.
Thank you so much, Little Black Book. Guys, real quick, salute to all of you guys on the panel and in the chat. I have somebody in the back. I think we know who she is. When she comes up on the panel, just bear with her. Please, Anna, do not use any vulgarity. Let's not be offensive. I'm gonna let you up, Anna. Just wait your turn. No vulgarity, please, for the love of God.
Okay, I'll wait my turn.
All right.
Go ahead, E. Yes.
So this is crazy to me. Me being I'm in an interracial marriage. The idea that my kids are going to be so confused. So first of all, it's two things I should be teaching my kids. First, they're American and they're Christian. If we both have the Christian background and teach that into our kids, that is where they get their culture from. That is where they get their principles and values from. They don't get their values from the color of their skin. I don't know where we have got caught in the world that your culture, your value is based on the color of your skin. It's a reason we can go to the Middle East and they can look two different colors, but they still have the same culture because of their belief. So the first thing, I think that's completely different. I think y'all did make a great point when y'all made the point that it's my responsibility to let my children know who they are, not the world. right? It's my responsibility to teach them their history. So when it comes down, I've been saying this forever. This is what we need to start teaching people. You need to choose who's the best option for you, regardless of the color of their skin. I hear parents, black parents say, I want you to choose black people. If that black person is not the best option, you need to tell your kid to go after whatever the best option. And that's all personal. So we don't know. We can't say the white person or the Asian person is better because it's based on what that person needs to get to the next level. And the next thing, and I don't want to get long-winded. The one thing that I want people to understand is this right here, is that you have to be in a mindset that I am not willing to take something just because we share the same color of skin. I'm not willing to take disrespect. And this was a principle that I had. When I was dating all women of different race, if you disrespect me, I didn't care if you was white, I didn't care if you was polka dot, I don't care if you pink. I don't take that. And when we find the person that's best for us, then we make the decision that that's who we want to procreate and build a legacy with. Because I don't think it's about who you marry. Because most of the people who say, hey, you not pro, I hear people say this to me all the time. You're not pro-black. And I say, you married to a black woman? They say, no, obviously you're not pro-black either. Because you ain't taking a black woman off the market either. So it's just this mindset that we keep telling people they should do something for the culture and they need to do what's best for them. Because my job was to make sure my wife will be excellent as being a mother. And that's what I got, because that's what I chose.
Let me read this super chat real quick. Sway with the $2 super chat says light skins don't have these problems. And marriage, politics, and sports. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat says, why do people go so negative when folks go interracial? Like I said, interracial dating is evolutionary and it is inevitable. I don't know if anybody wants to broach this super chat, but
yeah, I will.
Go ahead.
I'm in the Bay Area, and you actually see more interracial couples than you actually see black-owned black couples. So I think it's more acceptable now than it's ever been. And I just think that when people date interracially, they're not necessarily doing it from a source of it's natural. That's why you see a lot of black women, when they date interracial, they'll talk bad about black men. And you'll see a lot of black men talk bad about black women when they do it, because it wasn't, I guess it really wasn't their first choice. A lot of people, they can't really get who they want to get, so they feel like they got to venture out so they can get something else. And so it's kind of like, look at me now type thing. It's kind of like a boast, because black people put white people on a pedestal. So even if the white woman is not really attractive, she's still a white woman. So in their head, that white woman is still better than that black woman because they're putting them on a pedestal.
Hold up. Wait.
Hold on a second. We got one more super chat real quick, and respectfully, since Flex is the lightest person on the panel, would you want to answer this question, sir? And then Arpain, and then we gotta get to Nina, and then Gway. Go ahead.
And do you mind answer that super chat? Or
yeah,
I said, can I answer that super chat after they finish?
Oh yeah.
More to that.
Well, I'd like to answer.
You know what? Light-skinned people don't have these problems because light-skinned people have more options. I don't think Chris Brown has ever had this type of conversation. I don't think Steph Curry has ever had these conversations. I don't think they care.
That's so funny.
Go ahead, Arpain. Then we got to get to Nina, and then Gway, guys.
Real quick. I mean, I put this up here. Listen, there's a reason why white people try so hard to keep their schools segregated. Because when people understand humans, when you put men and women together, there's stroking going to be going on. Nobody's caring about skin color. That's why the stupidity of putting female guards in male prisons is a stupid decision, or vice versa. Men and women are meant to be together, and the skin color of each one of them just falls apart by proximity. because we have more in common with each other than we don't. And it's just as simple as that. And I'm not a pro interracial guy. My wife is black. I want my kids to, but I'm not going to go crazy over this thing because, like I said, I believe that the human race is on an evolutionary scale. Period. That's why the world is smaller. And we have all kinds of interracial things going on. And whether you want to be blackity black or whitey white, it's going to be harder to build those enclaves if you don't isolate your people. And since we don't live in an isolated sphere, it's hard. It's going to be harder and harder to do. And that's just inevitable. So that's just where my head's at. And I mean, I'm not passing judgment on anybody, but that's it.
So can you put that super chat up just for 1 second?
Yeah.
It's something that we're not saying. Kojo said it right. In the inner cities, when I have options to date outside of my race, I just choose out of my options, right? What happens is when I was in Georgia, I didn't date outside of my race because it was a whole bunch of black women there, and I had a lot to choose from. When I moved to Seattle, Washington, it was a whole bunch of Asian women to choose from, and the black women, it wasn't that many black women. So the whole point of this is, when people from Georgia saw me dating outside of my race, they didn't understand it because they was viewing it from a Georgia lens. Hey, all these black women out here, why you didn't choose a black woman? We see them everywhere here in Atlanta. So that's the difference. It's the reason people start judging it is because they don't understand other places like the West Coast. Because the West Coast is more of a blending pot compared to the South is more of a segregated type thing. So I just wanted to address that.
Good point.
Nina, thank you so much, E. You are next, and then Gway.
Thank you, CT. Well, since it's the most recent thing up in the super chat, someone had mentioned that light-skinned people don't have this problem. No, that's not true. We just don't complain about it on the internet every day. We get fetishized and we get treated very differently from people within the Black community, and it's very dehumanizing. So we're going to have two outcomes. Either we're just not going to be around the Black community as a whole in general, or you're going to get someone who's going to be extra militant to try to prove their Blackness. Both are toxic. So I just wanted to address that. When it comes to whether or not a Black man marries or dates a white woman, this is definitely not my lane to really give a crap about because I'm mixed race. I come from a mixed race family. But what I will say is that someone had touched upon it in terms of the reasoning for someone dating out of their race. If you're just going to be dating white girls or Spanish girls because you're mad at a Black woman, you're going to most likely have the same outcome because your head is already messed up and you're looking at the world from a racist lens. If you just find someone that you're cool with because you met them in university and you guys kick it or whatever, and she's fine, she's a world to you, I don't think anyone's going to have a problem with that. The reason why the first example is so very toxic and controversial is because now we're starting to see two generations of children that have become the byproducts of either one Black parent that is completely self-hating and trying to erase themselves through the interracial marriage and procreation, or the biracial kid who's very well adjusted, embraces both of their cultures or two or three cultures, whatever it is, and doesn't walk through the world making everything a Black and white issue. That first one has to stop. It has to stop with the female divestors, and it also has to stop with the male divestors. Because you guys are not showing me any successful outcomes. I dated a man who hated himself, a Black British man. Both of his kids are biracial, and both of his kids hate him. They absolutely hate him. And both of their moms are racist as fuck. Both of those moms, both of those white women are racist as hell. So this is what he perpetuated. So now he's got these two fluffy haired kids who don't like him as a Black man either. What do you think that they're gonna do? One male, one female. They're gonna whiten the family line even more. That's just as unhealthy. And the female, she has a major identity crisis right now because her mother calls her nappy head. And she looks like she could be my kid. So I don't think that's a good look for anybody either.
Well, I don't think anybody's advocating for you to get with a racist. right? Like, how long? Like,
right,
from
but if you're getting
how
into
long?
right, but if you're getting into relationships with women just because of their skin color, like someone said, you didn't vet them because the only thing that you see is it's someone that doesn't look like you.
No, so we agree. Listen, I agree that you should not be dating just because of the skin color. I think you should take all women that's in your surroundings, and you should pick the best option regardless of the skin color. So I'm agreeing with that.
Mhm.
But I don't think men out here saying, "Let me find a woman that's racist that doesn't like me in general, deep down in her soul, that recreate with her and marry her."
I disagree because I've
that's just a
seen
little
white
bit of-
women call men the hard R into their face, and they do nothing but take it because it's still nice to have that Becky on their arm.
And they marry them.
Whoa, wait a minute. Nina, you said what? Wait a minute, Nina, you said what?
The hard R.
A white girl in a relationship has called a black man a snigger.
Yep.
Wow,
Hard
I've never
R.
heard. Really?
Yep.
In New York?
It's about the rule, though.
Cynthia G actually reacted to it. I've seen it too on
Hold on a
live.
second. Nina, where did you?
That's
all right,
New York.
Nina, where did this happen?
New York City.
I can give you the link.
Yeah, I believe that.
That's an anomaly, though. That's not the majority. It's not even. I don't think it's a large percentage of interracial people are getting disrespected in that way. To say,
Well, majority of white women date their own kind.
Well, first of all, you as the black man have to actually feel that it's being disrespectful. That's another part of the problem. You guys
It is disrespectful, but it's not the majority. It is disrespectful. You're right about that, but it's not the norm. You know,
it's enough. I'm not saying that it's the norm, but it's enough, and it's very cringy for somebody like me to even see that. Now, going back to some of the stuff that AAB was talking about in her life in corporate America, and then sometimes we have to understand that women are going through a lot, especially black women. I mean, at the end of the day, it's either you want to be protected and submit to what it costs to have that protection, or you just want special treatment to be very mean to people. You can't have it both ways. I work in a top tier company.
Can I say something?
Well, let me finish my point.
Anna,
I work for a top tier company.
We talked about this, Anna. Stop it. Go ahead, Nina. And then Gway. Go ahead.
I work for a top tier company too. There's a handful of black women that are in my office, and I think I'm only actually cool with one of them. Why? Because the other four have the same disgusting attitude. So it doesn't matter if the woman is good or she's walking around with a PhD in finance. Sometimes some women are just nasty to be around, and it's true. It's absolutely true. So I don't see how you're going to be happy with a man if you're just mad at the world all the time for everything, and if your excuse is, well, I have it hard at work. Everyone has it hard at work. My job is a hustle. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna have to hop off of this because I got another meeting. Just if you're not nice to your man, you just don't deserve one, and that's not.
So let me ask you a question. So in that case, because I believe that some black men, not all, are having that same experience. They having an experience where they're getting treated one way from one group of women, and if they're getting treated better from a different group of women, would you be supporting of interracial dating? That's their best option.
I don't have a problem with it. That was my preference from the absolute beginning. You know, it's not a lane that I can pick because I'm already mixed race anyway, and I'm in another interracial relationship, however that's described. So it's just a matter of home training and not making so many excuses that you want exceptions to not actually applying that home training. Or you're just going to be miserable. You're going to be miserable with a wall full of PhDs. I hate to quote the guy, but you know what I'm talking about. If a guy can't stand to be around you, it doesn't matter how good you're doing being a boss bitch. It's just not going to matter. That's my 2 cents, and I got to go.
Thank you so much, Nina. Yep. Gway, what's up?
Hey, Alec, how you doing? Hi, everybody. So, to the interracial thing, this is what I would say. I don't have a problem with people dating interracially. I just think that you need to date based on character at least. This whole idea that you should date based on race is very dangerous because you could end up with somebody that you and them share the same skin tone and have nothing in common at all. So I think dating based on character, and if you share things in common, it's way more better than dating just because the person is black. That's not a good idea to do at all. You know, I mean, if they're black and they happen to have a good character, that's a good thing. And if there's some other race and they have a good character that you can, you know, vibe with or mix culture with that will work, that's good too. But to just date because the person is black or because they're white or Asian or whatever other race they are is not a good way today. So that's what I would say on that. So far as the ABB, I think that's how you say her name, AAB.
Yeah,
We're talking about all these excuses she was making for black women. Not all of them. We know that. Um, it's just BS. We have horrible attitudes. It's not just towards men or we do it to women, kids. We do it to everybody. I work in the facility I work at. I'm not gonna name. A lot of black women I work with have attitude problem. Everything makes them mad. Everything makes them upset. And for you to say that I get up, you know, having a good day, and I go to a restaurant and I'm paying my money to sit there and eat and have a good time. And because you had a rough day like I haven't, so you should come and make my day miserable, and I have to pay you or tip you for that? No, that's not happening. You will not be serving me. I definitely will be calling the manager on you in a heartbeat. You will not be. Every time I go to that restaurant, I'll make sure to tell them she's not going to wait on me or he's not going to wait on me. Whatever it is, you know, that they are not going to be waiting on me. So no, you know, black women always have excuses. It's always one thing after another. Oh, we've been through it hard. Oh, we have this. Oh, we have that. But there are successful black women who live in the femininity and have no problem with that. To be masculine is very hard. I give you men props. I'm telling you, being masculine is a lot of energy. A lot. That takes a lot of energy for you to just be tough all the time. You know, so I don't know how women can go through life, and as you get older, like as your experience, as you go through life experiences and don't learn anything about trying to learn from your mistakes that you have made in life, you know, and just say, oh well, that's the world that's the world I live in, so that's how I gotta navigate it. And if I have to be nasty or rude to anybody, that's what I'm gonna do. It's just wrong, you know, and men shouldn't tolerate that at all. You know, no matter what to tell you, they're gonna name call, you know, shame, you know, guilt, insult, the need to be right. They're gonna do all of that. Don't tolerate that. It's sad to see that a lot of black men on the internet that will get here and start making excuses for these chicks and talking about, oh, you don't understand. This is what, like, I understand you were probably raised by a single mom, and that's why you feel the need to behave in that feminine energy. But you need to find a man that can help you along the way so that you can be able to live in your masculinity, because then you will have a stronger community. The black community is the only community that have matriarchic running it. Every other community is patriotic run. I'm from Africa. African man, whether they got money,
That's
they ain't
not
got
true.
let me tell you,
Anna.
they do not tolerate. Either you get with the program or they will be out. Yes, you know, a lot of them are like that. They don't have time to cater to your bad behavior and all of that stuff. So you either can stay or you can leave. But for people to be like, oh, trying to make all these excuses, you find men on the internet, just you be like, wow. Like you from the way they talk, you just know they were raised by the single mother, because that's the epidemic in the black community that's going on right now, destroying all these young black men. They're all raised by these single women that have taught them to be feminine. You know, their husbands to their mom. They can't grow up on their own. They can't make decisions on their own. They'll talk underneath the mom titties and all that stuff. Get from under that. Find a man that will help you live in your masculinity and quit making excuses for black women bad decisions and poor choices. You made them. You have to live. You have to be able to accept what comes with that decision that you make, good or bad. That's the world we live in. So I really wanted to talk to AAB because she's from Ghana. I'm from Liberia. So I really wanted to see what she, some of the things she said makes sense, but I just think she was making a lot of excuses for them. And that's not going to help the black women in America or anywhere else in the world if that's the way we're going to live. Black women need to start holding other black women accountable and holding them to the choices that they make. So if you see a Pookie and a Ray Ray, and that's what you think is a good person to go and have kids by, well, you got to accept or comment that the possibility that he going to prison is probably high because he doesn't have a good father figure in his life for him to look at and say, oh, this is what my dad can teach me how to do. So, I mean, I would just, that's what I would say. I just think that it's sad. I wish like more Black women in America would speak up, against these chicks that are out here just wilding, instead of just having these weak Black men come on the internet talking about, oh, it's not her fault. Oh, that's not the way. It's like always excuses. Every other race that men hold them accountable except for Black women, because the Black men are raised by a bunch of single mothers. And that is a sad thing in the Black community.
Before Anna speaks, real quick, Perry, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Perry says, "E the man with facts. My wife is Black and my brother's wife is white. I moved to ATL where there was the option. He stayed back home with the Black population. It is not a conspiracy." E, real quick, you want to broach this real quick? Go ahead.
I got.
Yeah, he's 100%. I think the people that are in interracial dating, that do interracial dating, they just wasn't looking for a white person or Asian person. That was just the options that they had. I don't think it's just this idea that I hate my women, so I got to go find somebody else. I'm like, maybe that's what the passport bros, that's why they going that way. But if you ever come to Seattle, Washington, it's a whole bunch of Asian. They're very aggressive. And it's just totally different.
Flex, real quick, and then we got to get to Anna. Go ahead, Flex.
I have some pushback for Gwen. She's not entirely wrong about what she's saying, but I think what she's saying is more of an American Western woman problem than it is a Black woman problem. Because if you think about it, white men created the manosphere. Who do you think they're talking about? Who do you think they're over there complaining about? They're complaining about white women, and they're saying the exact same thing that the Black men are saying about the women. The way that America works, our country is a country of systems and laws. Our laws protect women. In other countries, their laws do not protect the women like they do here. So women have more agency. That's why there's no mandatory DNA test on children when they're born. That's why women can get away with divorcing men and getting off with half their stuff. Women usually win in court. The system protects the women. So when women get on here and say the Black men aren't in control of their community, we don't have a community. This is America. Everybody goes to the court. We see the same judge. We have the same presidents. We have the same governor. We have the same senators. We have the same congressmen. All those laws, all of us have to abide by. Now, in a different country, the men can get away with backhanding their women when they get out of line. Do that in America, you're in jail. Do that in America, you get fired. We see this. What happened with the actor, the guy who's playing Kang? Look at what's happened to him. He hasn't even been to court yet, and he's about to get fired from Disney. His management has already dropped him. He's already lost endorsements, and this is what. Not even going to court yet. So you're asking men in America to do something that they don't have the power to do because of the laws that we have. And you're saying like, oh, in Africa, the men, yeah, because the men can backhand you. Nothing's going to happen to them. Yes, they can choke you. Nothing's going to happen to them. But in America, a woman could just say that you choked them and you not do it, and you're going to get your whole life destroyed. So you cannot use that same type of rationale and ideology in America because the systems protect the women here. And that's not Black, that's not white, that's America.
All right, so let me respond. First of all, you're doing selective hearing. I don't think you understand anything I just said at all. What I said was that Black men
in 15 minutes
don't have to sit online making excuses. Are you one of the Black men that make excuses for these type of women? And if you're not, I don't know why you will be responding to anything I said, because that's not even what I said. So all of us, you have very selective hearing. If you're not one of these Black men that sits out here on the internet when we watch them and see that make excuses for poor choices and bad behavior, then what I said will not even offend you. I'm not saying that, people, black men in America are not in control of the community, but that's what you heard. You see the problem? That's what you heard.
No, you made a comparison to the men in your country. You made that comparison. I said what you said was not completely wrong, but I said it goes across the spectrum of women in America. It's not just specifically for black women. That's what I said.
That's what I said. I said African men don't tolerate that. Meaning, if you have
exactly, and that's because of the laws. Exactly, that is because of the laws. The laws out here. If a Nigerian man in America backhanded his woman, he would lose everything. Are you serious? He would lose everything. If he did that in Nigeria, he could get away with that. You proved me correct. You just proved me right.
No, I did not.
Flex, sister, hold on for a second. There's levels to this, by the way.
No.
Okay, let me finish this, sister, before you go on. Because y'all want me to argue, because you guys are like in violent agreement. There's levels to this. Yeah, the manosphere and the white Western thing that's run by white guys is across the board. But in our community, it's a special kind of pneumonia. Right? Just like when we say in the black community, when the white community have a cold, black community has pneumonia. Our sisters have pneumonia. Right? It's not that it's different, it's just intensified. So, and black men, and the sister's right, we got to stand up. We do have to stand up. And that's what this manosphere is here for, right? To say, hey, listen, it's time for us to stand up, get some standards, get a square that we're not going to move off of, whether we lose the Pandora or not, we're standing on this square. And too many men worry about the scarcity mindset that they're going to lose a certain sister if they stand on their square and they acquiesce and they end up getting their butts whipped. So you guys are really not arguing, it's like a...
No, I was just saying that you don't have to put up with that behavior. If you are a black man, there is no law in America telling you that you have to put up with a black woman that got bad behavior, that is out here just rude, disrespectful, don't have no type of respect for you. There is no law in America. And I've been here for 20 years. So no, that's what I was saying, but he didn't hear that.
Yeah, let's hear from Anna. I want to hear from Anna.
Okay, Anna, it is your turn. Please, no cursing. I would prefer.
I'm not. I do have to leave in like 10 minutes because I have to go to work.
Okay, you have the floor for 10 minutes. Go ahead, Anna.
Okay, you touched on a lot. You touched on like at least 10 different topics. So I want to go back to the very first thing you said. I do think that black men and black women should divest. I think the best thing for the black community is to date interracially. As far as now, I'm gonna be done with that. The next thing that I heard someone say is that where's the good black woman to challenge and get on the masculinity level to challenge these other masculine black women? As I'm gonna vouch for the good black woman. Ain't no good black woman gonna go up there and fight and physically fight or curse out another black. Why would any good black woman get on another level of a bad black? That's like where's the black woman to fight? Okay, then if you want all black women to fight and fight with each other, there will be no feminine, black woman. I'm just so confused on that statement. So no good black woman is gonna, challenge a masculine black woman. Masculine black women are just gonna be, up there by themselves. As far as now that's that. Okay, there's so many topics that you guys talked about. So and I just sat here.
You got 10 minutes. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. Okay. So as far as customer service, you were talking about, yes, I do experience better customer service with white people overall. We want to make this about a black woman. Let's not get on the black men. Ew, I don't like them handling my burgers when they're sagging their pants. Heck no. I'm just going to be honest with you. I do get better customer service from white people. I do not. When there is a bad customer service and ask pizza manager, a lot of times, if it is a black person, it's a black man. And it's like, dang, why is it that every time a black man runs something, it's always ghetto, it's always this, it's always that. So as far as customer service go, white men get the job done. I love white men. Anyway, as far as that's that. I just want to get that out the way. As far as acting, out in public and, how people go about things and their attitudes, I have to say it's tit for tat versus white woman and black woman out in public. And I'm seeing things from the lens of a black woman that lived in a white community. The American white woman is the most spoiled. I'm sorry, they get their way in life. They are the most spoiled, and I've seen them make false allegations. I've seen them call the police. I've seen them ask to speak to the manager, and if no one gets the manager, they tear up the store. They throw things. They curse people out. They act belligerent out in public. And I noticed that the black manosphere don't talk about that. The stereotypes with white women, they typically leave alone. They don't talk about that. They just talk about the stereotypes of black women. Same thing with the pro-black men. They only talk about the stereotypes of white women. They don't talk about the stereotypes of black women. Pro-black men, like I forget his name. He always gets on people for dating interracially. Ohama or something like that. I forget his name. Anyway, Dr. Ohama or something like that. He always gets on people for dating interracially, but he never point out black women who do bad. He only point out white women. Same thing with the black manosphere. They would never ever point out the stereotypes of a white woman. Oh no, they're just perfect. But it's actually both in public. I've seen a Karen, and we want to talk about, Karen's just talk to the manager. No, they do more than that. They've made false allegations. I've seen Karens ruin people's lives. You know what I mean? And the title, I think American women in general, we're just spoiled. As far as Latinas, we want to dress it up and call it spicy. I've seen them act out in public too when they don't get their way. So as far as customer service go, yes, I get better respect from white people versus black people. As far as, because we didn't bring up black men at all when it come down to customer service. I don't know why, but we left that out. We just targeted black women when it come down to customer service. But the black man is super lazy. They don't do shit.
Okay.
Sorry, I've caught myself, okay? They don't really work as hard as the white male. I'm talking about even you go to McDonald's versus Red Lobster. They're typically more lazy. Why?
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, the next statement you guys talked about, as far as interracial dating, the guy, there's so many, because there was a guy that came up here last time, I'm trying to see if he's up here, Bishop or something. He was like, when we go out in public, if that's the case, then why is it that so many white women and Latinas, how come they all are coming after? That guy is delusional. Out in public, majority of black men are walking by themselves or they're walking with a woman. But majority of white people are with each other. Majority of white women are dating white men. Majority of Latinas are with their Mexican boyfriend. I don't know where he's located, where every single black, and I'm going to actually take my recorder and actually record and upload it to YouTube. I'm pretty sure nobody's going to watch it. But majority of black men in Chicago, when I see them in a mall, they're typically walking with other black men, or they're by themselves, or rarely I'll see a black man with his interracial wife, with his beautiful light-skinned children. But I do not see black couples, so he has it right there. Maybe it's because of the broken home thing, I don't know, but I do not see a black woman on a daily basis walking with a black man. Maybe it's because of the broken home or something. I don't know. I'm just going off of what I observed. So I do respectfully disagree with that Bishop guy. I wish I had an opportunity to speak to him, because the majority, he's like delusional, because the majority of these women typically date their own. You know what I mean? As far as who's the most desired, as far as just talking about interracial, I have to say white men. And I see white men with all different types of races of people. You know what I mean? I see white men equally distributed. I see white men equally distributed. I see a lot of white women by themselves too when I go out in public. Not every white woman is coupled up with someone. I see them by themselves. Sometimes they have a little mad, angry face at them. And sometimes I'd be wondering, are they going to be on camera mode today? I see a lot of white women by themselves. So, as far as the feminist movement, you guys talked about that. What black women are feminists. You guys talked about a lot. When I see these feminist movements, especially online, white women it's predominantly white. I see some black women in there, but majority of these women that participate in these movements, and I see them. Can you get this? Fill in the blank out of here. Anyway, I got 5 minutes. I'm leaving at 5:20.
Go ahead. You get the story. Yep.
As far as the feminist movement, when I see these rallies, I
brutal.
typically see white women. I want you guys to actually, when you guys say stuff, please actually bring proof, because I want you guys to show me videos of feminist movements, and majority of them are just straight up black. I want to see brown and dark skin rallies up and down the street of feminism. I don't see that with black women. I typically see that with white women, but because this is the manosphere, we're gonna not talk about white women. We only talk about black women. We don't really hold white women accountable. They're just peaches and cream and princesses and this and this and that. I get it. They don't have they dookie don't stink, like, you know, it just smells like roses, and like black woman's dookie is not as submissive as white woman's. Yeah, that's how it goes. But yeah, they have dookie too. They dookie stink too. So
This is brutal.
I just want to say, as far as the feminist movement, is typically white woman, but I don't know why we're blaming black women. So moving on, what else that you guys talked about? To answer that woman up at the top, she's made a statement.
Her
and
name
she
is
said
Gway.
that. Oh, sorry. What is it?
Her name is Gway.
Okay, Gway. I'm sorry. I'm American. I really don't know how to pronounce those type of names. But Gway.
Does pronounce Gway?
Well, I didn't see her name at all. I just looked at her profile. I can say Gway, but I don't know the other Gua or something like that. Anyway, I just want to respond to her statement about black woman and black woman this and oh, black women are like this. It's all, I don't know. I know you're not really from here, but all race of women are typically, you make a white woman mad, I promise you're going to see a whole nother side. And it's really not hard to make a white woman mad. I mean, like, they just don't have to get their way, and you're going to see a whole nother side. I'm not even joking. Like, I've had the police called on me by a white woman. And this was back in 2019. I was working for Instacart. Not even going to jump into that story, but she said I hit her, and anybody knows me, I've never gotten into a fight before.
Anna, I gotta mute you. And I've been
chaotic. This is brutality, bro.
Anna, wait a minute, hold on a second, Anna. Now let's be honest, Anna. Did you hit her?
No, I did not. Actually, that they have surveillance cameras, and Instacart temporarily fired me, and I actually got my job back. So that lady absolutely lied on me.
Chaotic. What did we do?
I've never hit anybody before. I've never got into.
Everybody's had a chance. Let her rock it out. Go ahead.
That woman lied on me, and she also.
Yeah, 3 more minutes.
I'm gonna get the email of that too. That lady absolutely lied on me. I was on the phone actually with a representative from Instacart, and I was telling them how this lady is just yelling because some of the stuff and some of the items are wrong. And she was mad because the items were wrong. But with us, we have to make replacement options. I'm very respectful on a job. I'm not like disrespectful to people. But anyway, yeah, she made a false allegation on me because some of her stuff was wrong. She also noted in the it was another thing. I'm gonna see if I can get those emails, because those were specific emails. I was supposed to take Instacart to court, but I just couldn't afford a lawyer. Don't make fun of me. Anyway, but
Anna, I rock with you, but I had to kick you up out of here. You're going in a. I mean, you got like a minute and a half left. I gotta read these super chats.
Hey, Alec, I don't know. That was beautiful, man.
I rock with you, but listen, I gotta get you up out of here. Sorry about that, Anna. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. We gotta get the show moving. I gotta read these super chats. I gotta get Jamal in, and then Jay Bizzle in the building. Jonathan, the great Barronville.
Chaotic. Before you go, can you please tell us, what did we do to you to deserve this, bro? Wow.
Everybody gets a chance, sir. You know how I run my own channel. Everybody can talk.
This was torture.
Yeah, I mean, well, to a degree it was. I don't know what she's talking about, but we got to let her rock it out. You know, but
let me read the topic.
Yeah, let me read the super chat real quick. Give me a second, guys. You guys are incredible. You guys are coming through with all the Cash App super chats. Give me 1 second. Okay, hold on for 1 second, guys. Let me see real quick. We have big. I'm sorry, Bob with the $2 super chat says, "I'll take waterboarding over Anna."
Facts.
Right. Yeah. Big Smurf with the 50 Norwegian dollars says, "Oh, we know about Karens. We got brothers captured back in the day. Trust me, black men are fully aware of how dangerous white women can be. By the way, he is in Norway, by the way. Let me see. Bob with the $2 super chat says, Anna can turn a straight man gay by her talking. Salute to you, Bob. Positivity is coming your way. What's that? Shike Auto LLC says, Anna, we love you. It's my turn to talk now. Thank you so much with the $5 super chat. James with the $5 super chat, super sticker. Thank you so much. And Big Smurf again with 50 Norwegian dollars. I don't know the exchange rate yet, but
$5
awesome anyway. Oh, it's $5. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So we weren't supposed to hold black women accountable because white women do it too. What stupid logic is this? Does anybody want to broach Big Smurf? Go ahead.
Yes, I do. Well, actually, do you actually want me to go, Chaotic? Because my point was actually the reason I came on here was actually really
go ahead.
Related to that.
You got the floor, man. Just go ahead.
Okay.
Yep, you got the floor. Go ahead.
All right, bet. So I think this panel has been proof of why black people will stay at the bottom, because I think one of the main issues that black people have is that we don't like to approach the issues. We just like to shove them under the rug and pretend they're not real. You know what I'm saying? Because it just feels better. It feels better to act like, we good. Look at them. They do the same shit, even if it's not true, right? Like, we all know black women got attitudes. We all know this. This is a fact, okay? It's not, we all, if we've had experiences in life, if we are black and we've had experiences in life, we know black women have attitudes. We know they think it's cute, right? You know, when you go to an establishment as a black man and you see a black female as your server, you already expect it, which is sad, right?
Yeah.
It's to the point, it's to the point, Chaotic, where when you have a pleasant black woman, it's so obvious. Like, I be tipping them like $200, bro, because I'm just like, thank you for being sweet. You know what I'm saying? Thank you for being sweet. I want you to have a great day, right? But we gonna sit here and lie. Black people lie so fucking much, bro. They fucking lie. Like, bro, the chick that was on here earlier, she says that she's in Atlanta. She's lying. I'm in Atlanta. All the shit she was saying is cap, right? But black people sit here and lie because they don't want to accept the truth. And what happens when you don't do that is you never correct it, right? Because if you keep telling yourself it's not true and you keep shoving it under the rug, there's no way for you to correct it. You know what I'm saying? Like, if Chaotic, if I know you somebody who lies a lot, right? And I'm like, and I just keep shoving it under the rug, then I can't tell you the truth so that you can stop fucking lying. Right? So that's the reason black people are gonna remain at the bottom, because we stay fucking lying. Okay? Black men don't want to admit their issues, black women don't want to admit their issues. Right? I love black women, right? I got married to one. But at the same time, let's be honest, the most pleasant women I've dealt with in my life have not been black women. That's just a fact. Right? I mean, Chaotic, let me tell you one of the easy things that a man can try. Okay, when you take a black woman out for a date, if you taking her to a date to a restaurant that you know the people working there, right? Have the people in advance let them know and have them serve her order slightly wrong, and you have them serve her order slightly wrong, okay? And you will see how these black women, 8 times out of 10, will get out of pocket. Okay, even on a
where
date,
the manager at? Come here.
Because in her mind, she thinks it's cute, right? She thinks it's cute, and we don't want to address this. We want to just shove it under the rug and act like black women don't got fucking attitudes, like they don't think it's cute to be sassy all the fucking time, right? That's the issue. So until they fix it, they're still gonna have the same image. The stereotypes will remain true. Right, and we'll keep complaining about the same shit, and they'll keep masking it. And then you see when brothers like Lil Black Book, the pro-black people, this is why I always question: do you actually like black people? Right, because what they'll do is they switch it over to vetting. I can agree that you got to vet people, but what that does is it takes the accountability away from the actual issue. Right. On one hand, you can't have a man that just doesn't know how to vet. That's true. But on the other hand, we also just have a bunch of sisters full with fucking attitude. It doesn't matter how well you vet. If she has an attitude, she just has one. So why the fuck do we keep lying? I don't understand this. Like, why do we keep lying? If I walk in a government building, the moment I see the black woman in there, I already know I'm gonna have a bad experience. And guess what? 8 times out of 10, they prove me right.
Yeah.
Why must we lie? I don't get it. Why the fuck do we have to keep lying?
Jonathan, there are two men on the panel, who have their finger up. I don't know why, like it's second grade. But Jamal, do you want to broach what Jonathan is saying? And salute to you, Jamal. Positivity is coming. Is it Jamel or Jamal?
It's Jamel.
Jamel, sorry. Yep, Jamel. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah. So one thing I just wanted to add on to what he was saying, and also like give another truth that a lot of black men got to understand and think about is something Dr. Umar Johnson said once before is, I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna keep it 100. It's not 100% correct, but black men get the white women that white men don't want, and I'm gonna just be that. Yeah, like from personal experience, you know what I'm saying? And like I said, it's not all the way 100% correct, but there is some truth to that, because you look at these rich white women, they not checking for no brothers. You understand? They not checking for no brothers at all. They not. But it's normally the outliers of the family that's going out into the black community. It's not all of them. There are some solid, white girls. I'm not saying like all of them, but to be honest with you, my brother, like, listen, like most of them, they families just tolerate them. The families really don't want them around.
We gotta stop with this narrative. So you believe that nobody else wanted Kobe Bryant's wife? Hello, no, because this idea that these men of great men get the lower. Listen, no, I'm just saying we can't talk about the average person because we can't see them. But most black men, especially white collar black men who have accomplished something, no, they get the white woman that everybody wants.
Nah, I disagree with that. I disagree with that. Talk about families, them rich families. They not checking for no brothers. They not.
Do y'all see what we doing right now? We devolving to just. Do you see what we're doing right now?
Only the outliers of the family.
Okay, let me ask, brother. Let me ask you a question. Jamal? Let me ask you a question, brother. What's the point of that point? Like, okay, let's say black men are getting. What's the point of that point?
Ron said, like, that's why I was piggybacking on a little bit what everyone was saying, because there are some things that are wrong with all races. That's what I'm trying to point out, that everyone was looking at white women like, but really, the stereotypes. There's some truth in everything. I didn't say he was 100% correct, but what I'm saying, there's some truth in everything.
Right.
That's
bro. But see, here's the problem, though, right? Even in check this out real quick. This is one of the issues with black women, right? If you look at white women, right, even when white men are problematic, they actually understand how to be problematic in the right way. They use their femininity. You can hate it. You can hate it as much as you want, right? A white woman, right, will sit there and act like, she will use her tears. She will use her femininity. A black woman will get aggressive, right? She'll get up on a man, right, like she's a man herself, right? So the problem, again, this is the problem, is that we want to sit here and make it about, compared to the white people. What Chaotic is addressing, right? This is why it's important, because they'll call him a coon, they'll call him a type, but the reality is we know what it is, bro. We know black women got fucking attitude, bro. I've seen elder black women, okay, senior citizens, moving like young black women with fucking sassy attitudes. It's like, don't nobody want to deal with that shit. You could be my grandma. I don't like. It's so crazy. That's how they move, bro.
Thing is, you gotta realize not every black woman is like that. You understand?
But see, brother, you're a man. You can't be making brother. Listen, you're a man. You cannot be making, brother. Listen, no logical male should be making not all arguments. It's stupid. We know not all. Don't listen. That point is, listen. It's a very intellectuals, brother. Brother, listen.
I'm just
brother.
Not, bro.
Brother. Listen. Here's what I'm telling you, right? If you're a smart, logical man, logical people don't make not all arguments, right? Because we know. Listen, logical people do not make not all arguments because it's a given. It's a given. I know. Obviously, I know. Listen. Hold up. Here's the proof. Listen. Here's the proof to what you're saying, right? My wife ain't like that, and she black, right? But that's not. But I'm not gonna say because of that we can't address a generality that we all see.
Right.
Hello, JB. You gotta cut your mic down. Hold on 1 second. Hold on.
My bad. It's my AirPods. It's my AirPods.
Okay.
If you meet a black woman from more than likely, which is true, but if you meet a black woman who did not grow up in that environment, you're gonna meet a whole different woman. So what environment you meet her in?
But most black women grows up in that environment.
Bullshit.
But is she
Bullshit,
from
bro. I know black women in corporate America. I know black women in corporate America who act just like ratchet chicks in the hood, bro. Stop it. Stop it.
That's
Stop it.
Yeah, that's
like
true.
They have the same results. They have the same results. They're getting bust down just like the hood ratchet chicks. Stop it, bro.
Bro, we saying the same thing. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's the same both ways. You just got to check them out to see where you're right and where you're wrong. You got to check out the environments. There's more detail in all of it. Because if I meet a black girl from the suburbs, she is not going to be the same as the girl from the.
You're wrong. You're wrong. You are wrong. Listen, the women in the suburbs. Listen, I grew up in the suburbs.
In the city, you gonna see she just as ratchet as her black friends. That's what the.
No,
that's
I'm telling you, I know black women in the suburbs who still act ghetto.
And I know white girls in the inner city who act ratchet as hell.
But you're doing exactly what he said. You're trying to compare the two.
Environment they from.
But what you're trying to do is you're trying to compare the two. Anytime he's 100%. Hello, he's 100% right. Anytime we bring up an issue, you try to compare it to white people. It's still an issue.
I'm not comparing nothing. What I'm saying,
you just did.
What I'm saying is there's bad apples everywhere. You have to look at. You have to teach.
Let him finish.
This is what I'm saying, bro.
No. Let Jamel finish.
Didn't work out. If you go into every gym in the industry, you're gonna see predominantly black. All depends on what environment you went. He said he lived somewhere else, but he's black. So that's why he ain't gonna see no black women working out. You go in the inner city, you go to a Planet Fitness or wherever you go, you gonna see black women. You see a woman in there, more than likely she's gonna be black. Come on.
You know what's crazy, Emmanuel? You know what's crazy, right? The same people who make these arguments, right? If we get on the police topic, suddenly they don't make the bad apples argument anymore, right? That's what I'm saying. Listen, black people are such fucking liars. They're just fucking liars.
Jonathan, we gotta watch the F-bomb. Go ahead.
My bad. Like y'all just love lying, bro. I don't understand.
Wait a minute, why is it that you always say all y'all?
Listen, you keep making
listen,
you keep
y'all.
I didn't say all y'all, I said y'all.
Y'all. All
okay,
y'all.
and what's your point?
Exactly. You keep making those generalities. You keep doing that.
It is I am making a generalization. That's the whole point of a generalization.
We're not all like that. I'm not like that.
Generalization does not mean all.
My children are not like that.
Hold on.
Okay, cool.
I don't feel grouped in this.
Let me finish my point.
Let Jonathan finish, and then Heathen Queen. Go ahead.
Okay. Once again, see, and I'm not even trying to be disrespectful here, right? But you guys clearly do not understand logical arguments. Okay. A generalization is not the same as all, right? The fact that this has to be explained is outrageous, okay? When you make a generalization, that's the whole point of a generalization.
Then use some.
No, no. Logical people, once again, people understand that it is implied. No, let me finish my point. Can you stop interrupting me, right? Logical people understand that the not all is implied in every statement, because guess what? Even if you actually take it there, right? There is no statement one can make that actually applies absolutely to all, right? There's never any statement one can make that absolutely, which means it's a given. So when I'm talking to you niggas and somebody has to explain to y'all what a generalization is, okay, and what an exception is, it's fucking crazy. I'm sorry, Kad. I'm really sorry. Right? It's crazy. Because y'all want to, this is the problem I'm saying, is that y'all always want to make it not all because y'all getting your feelings, right? It's the same thing when somebody says the majority, it's the same thing when somebody says the majority of violent crimes in America are committed by black men, right? And it's like, that's just a fact. You can go on the FBI statistics website and you can see this right now. And then you're going to hear some black person say, well, not all, right? Guess what? I'm black. I don't like the fact that the statistic is true, but it's true. It doesn't mean it applies to me because I'm not out here shooting nobody, right? But the fact that anybody has to explain generalizations to y'all is crazy.
JB.
And it really shows that y'all just don't want to accept the truth. So you want to find every little unnecessary thing you just want to find every little unnecessary thing, right, to focus on because it's irrelevant, right? No one's arguing that all black people are like that.
We're not arguing that doesn't happen with a majority of people. We're not arguing that.
I'm saying
majority is the generalization, man.
You seem to be arguing that it's the bulk of the people that all of these things are.
What's the difference between bulk and majority? You just said what in the world?
I said you seem to be arguing that
you just said you're not arguing. You just said
I'm not arguing that we're all like.
Wait. You just said listen to yourself. You just said you're not arguing that it's not the majority, and then you said I'm arguing that it's the bulk. Bulk and majority are synonyms, ma'am.
I'm not arguing.
Those are synonyms. What are you saying?
Jesus.
All I'm saying is
let her rock it out, Jonathan. Hold on for a second.
You seem to be saying it's the majority. I'm saying it's not the majority. That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is you have to pick the person that's individually right for you. You can't say all black people go with all black people. You can't say all white people go with all white people. You cannot say that. You cannot say all black people or y'all. Y'all implies all because a lot of people believe y'all means all.
No,
it doesn't. Yeah,
this is literally stupid.
Because
this is stupid. Let her rock it out. Let her rock it out for a minute. Go ahead.
Because the majority of y'all seem to think all black women are ratchet. All black women are not ratchet. All black women don't want to get married.
This is literally stupid.
No, let her rock it out.
I'm saying that person. I'm saying that person seems to be saying that. Okay, he's not saying that.
Literally stupid.
All about that.
I mean, he already prefixed that he had a white that he wouldn't include into it.
So let me say this. I'm saying, just let me finish. I'm saying, don't change for anybody except the person that you want to change for. Everybody keeps saying you need to do this, 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 this. You have to be the person. You have to be the person you want to be, and the person that wants you have to want you. Okay, you can't change because they say you're ratchet. The person that wants you might want you to be ratchet.
We could both be Bonnie and Clyde. I mean,
we can be whatever we want.
Men are saying that we don't want that. So it'd be different if we wasn't saying
they don't.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question.
It'd be the same women complaining about the
I want to get an understanding of where she's at. Okay. Do you believe that most black waiters do not have an attitude? Are you saying that we're wrong on that point?
Did you say waiters?
Yeah, like if I go to a restaurant and it's a black waiter, do you think I have a higher chance of getting a good experience or a bad experience based off your experience?
Where is the restaurant?
It doesn't. Any restaurant.
It doesn't matter.
Well, I mean, I'm trying to figure out what is your point in saying that you're going to get a bad experience at a restaurant?
So the question I'm asking is, if you was to go to a random restaurant,
yes, you probably would have a bad experience. Yeah.
So that's what he was saying. He was saying that we need to address the attitude, because if this happened to majority of people,
address the attitude of the person that you're interested in. You don't adjust all of our attitude. I'm saying you can't address all of our attitude. You can only address the person you're interested in's attitude.
But it's a bigger problem outside of just a relationship. I still have a problem with you having an attitude if you're serving me.
Emmanuel, see this right here, Emmanuel, this right here, this is the woman that raises these women.
I know, this is sad. Oh my God.
All I'm saying is, if we expect men to if we expect black men to quote unquote be the leaders of the community and try to actually fix the problems, and then in the same breath, we can't hold random black women accountable for how they talk and how they act and how they present themselves in the world. And then in the same breath, those black women want us to protect them at any given moment.
You can't hold all of us accountable for the ones that act ratchet.
Nobody says all, but we would be fine with 70%, ma'am.
I will say this though, because
we would be fine if 70% of the women had proper attitudes, nice, and was on board. But that ain't it. It ain't even close.
Hey, is my mic better? Is my mic better?
So what would happen if they had proper attitudes?
Hold on, but Heathen Queen, this the thing. This the one thing. This the one thing though, Heathen Queen, that you failing to realize is because white women who do outrageous shit, they get labeled Karens. You know what I'm saying? There's no label. There's no label when a black woman gets out of line, even on camera. I just saw a video the other day of a black woman fighting in the street. I'm not saying that doesn't happen with white women, but they don't get labeled. We don't hold them accountable to something.
Heathen Queen, let me add this, Heathen Queen. I'm saying, before you go, Heathen Queen, let me add this. Black men, we generally take the hit for the behavior of all black men in the United States. We get hit.
But I don't look at you.
Wait a minute. Let me finish. We take the bennies and the plow for every ratchet black man in the United States. You don't hear us saying, it ain't me, it ain't us. We still have to prove we don't belong to that. What we're saying is, regardless, we know it's not every sister in the world. Right. And so the point is, but the sisters who are not ratchet are very reticent to correct the ones who are, within their families and without their families. And the difference between y'all and us is that every black man in America understands that we carry the burden for all the ratchet black brothers out there, because when we get in an encounter with the police, I don't even get that way, but we know that we're carrying that baggage.
Right.
And so we don't even you know what, even the most weak black man kind of understands that.
Right.
So we just need more sisters to understand that.
Mr. Payne, but you see, here's the problem here, right? You see what has effectively happened here is you see how this woman has derailed the point, because ultimately this is what always happens is they take you into this derailment about not all. Well, and not.
What was the point?
It is absolutely stupid.
You
right?
were bashing black people.
JB, let me answer that.
It is absolutely no. Hold up.
Before y'all go on, JB, let me answer that.
Arpain, listen, right?
You were bashing black people.
They turn it into a not all argument, which no one is making, right? Because it's such.
We're done with that argument, though.
It's a stupid argument to make. It's a very stupid argument.
JB, can I answer that?
She's derailed it to the point where now you're defending that stupid ass point.
JB, can I answer that? Listen, here's where grace has to come in, okay? Here's where grace has to come in. Not forgiveness, not forgetfulness. We understand our women, man. They under this psychosis for a long time. These panels ain't going to fix them right away. We just got to stand on the square. As we understand that sisters need to know that, listen, you guys got to take a hit for how the rest of the sisters are acting. You can't escape it. Right. We can't escape it. You can't escape it. Period. And that's all we need to say. That doesn't mean every sister's bad. I got 2 daughters. I believe they're beautiful. So let me just say, you just can't keep separating yourselves when all your sisters are out there acting crazy. Right? Because we can't do it.
So what do we do if we're one of the good women? I'm not saying I'm one of the good women. I'm saying
black women gotta start holding black women accountable.
No, that's one thing.
Do it because they're not listening. You can do. Hold on, black women gotta do it. Black women have to do it because they're not listening to black men. So black women gotta point it out. You have to show it. You gotta lead.
How would I?
You have to lead by example. You gotta stop being ratchet. We can't celebrate Freaknik. We can't celebrate.
Can I offer an answer?
I'm not saying you. I'm saying we can't celebrate Freaknik and shit like that. And later on down the line, 30 years from Freaknik, like it's women that don't want to be, they don't want that kind of documentary.
So I'm saying I'm
don't partake.
I'm saying I'm listening. So
can I offer an answer, chaotic? Let me offer one quick answer. So let me answer. Let me posit a.
So what are we doing?
Let me posit an answer to you. Okay. Let me just posit one. It's not the only answer.
Because I'm listening.
I think the host wants to speak.
Give me 1 second. Big Smurf with the 50 Norwegian dollars says women like her co-signing black women's BS is the reason they are so out of order. Men want peace. Ghetto-ness brings chaos, quarrels, toxicity, and stress. Ma'am, I think this super chat is for you. Would you like to answer this?
I'm not defending their case. I'm not defending any kind of toxicity. I don't allow that to be. I have 4 daughters, right? I have 4. I have raised them not to curse, not to get out of pocket with men, not to raise their hands to men, not to be anything other than what I raised them to be. They don't get on the line. They don't get nude. They don't do any of these things. Okay. Single, no kids, all 4 of them, 35 to 28. Okay.
Did you raise them to be wives?
I was married for 30 years. Their father.
I get it.
So we raised them together.
No, but my question is that you raised them to be wives.
Yes.
Do you think that your intentions was them to be wives?
Yes. Yes.
All right, so
they,
can I
are
finish
they
my
wives today?
That's why they are how they are.
And they are married today?
No, they're not married. They're single. They're all single, childless.
And they don't live in a vacuum either. So that I don't know if that's a fair question to anybody, by the way.
No, I was just trying.
Let me finish saying what I'm saying. Listen, you already have done something that is worthwhile. One of the things that the sisters need to do who are not part of the culture is make sure they don't look like the women of the culture. It's hard to identify a woman who's on a straight and narrow because they dress and they hang around the ratchet women.
Right.
So a lot of men have to cipher through, are you a good one or are you a bad one? Now, I would imagine your daughters, like my daughters, got to adulthood without having any kids and all that kind of stuff as well. And I feel good about that, to tell you the truth.
Right.
But they don't look like those chicks. They got their natural hair. They don't got the big nasty ass lashes or the dirty fungal fingernails and all that shit. You know, and so all I'm just trying to say is that's what has to happen. We need to see more of
But
those.
I'm saying, as a person who raised 4 women, hopefully good women, right? As a person who raised 4 women, what can I do to extend that to other women? I mean, I always have to check them. Don't go outside.
Tell them about your marriage. Tell them about your marriage.
Don't do that. Right?
Tell them about your marriage. Why? You know, how was your 30-year marriage? You still married? Is your husband still alive?
He died 3 years ago.
I'm sorry to hear that. But the point is, the women who are married don't say enough about their marriage. I'm a marriage guy. I'm married. I'm an advocate for marriage, and that's what I spread to my cousins and everybody else. And I do get a lot of pushback, by the way. Right. So, but I'm trying to wade through that kind of stuff. You know what I mean?
I mean, I do have conversations with, you know, the people that work for me. You know, the girls that work for me. When I have conversations with them about, you know, you can't do this to a man. You can't buck up to a man. You can't talk crazy to a man. You can't. I make sure I stress those kind of things because it doesn't work. My husband was very. He was a meat and potatoes guy, so there was no bucking up to him. All right, you know, there are many times I had to flinch because I thought he was gonna punch me, right? But you know, somehow we made it for 30 years and we raised 6 kids, right?
Yeah, there you go. Congratulations.
I try to show the people that I work with, the women that I work with, look, there's different ways to do things. There's different ways to talk to black men. There's different ways to get your way in a relationship instead of screaming and hollering and bucking up and doing those kind of things.
Hey man, can I ask you a question real quick? You said how long did you say you were married?
30 years, 32 years.
I just want to say shout out to you, okay? Like you know, because that's actually dope. I want to say shout out to you. I appreciate hearing that.
We came here to we moved to a different state, and he died 5 months after we moved to a new state to start a whole nother retirement. So I was like, I appreciate hearing that part, okay? Because I
before I heard that part, I was going by what you're saying, and you know, but I appreciate hearing that part.
No, I was just disheartened when I heard you speaking like black people, because I love my black people. I love my black men. I advocate for, you know, us falling in love and us getting married and loving the person that you want to love. And when I hear people downgrading us in that way, I just get defensive. I apologize. Okay.
No, you're fine. Okay, you're fine. But you mind if I provide? Hey, Sway, real quick. Let me just provide her a little bit of context, right? Because I appreciate what you just said. Now here's my response to you. I think the way that a lot of pro-black people think that we should love black people is wrong, right? Because a lot of times we think loving black people means making excuses for black people, coddling them, right? That's the wrong route. Okay. A lot of times when you listen to what Chaotic is saying, for example, they'll call him a coon, but if you actually go by results, you're gonna get better results going by what Chaotic's saying as black people than what the pro-blacks are going to tell you, right? Because the pro-blacks, they just want to shove the bullshit under the rug, right? They just want to make excuses for all the, degeneracy, right? What a lot of black conservatives are doing is they're saying, hey, let's put this on Front Street because we don't want this representing us. We want separation, which, as a side note, by the way, one of the things I wanted to say, I forgot which brother said this. I don't think the good women should be holding anybody accountable. I think the good women should separate themselves, right? You do not, I don't want feminine black women going up against these hyenas. Leave them alone. Leave those hyenas alone. You don't want, I think that's a bad strategy, okay? Leave the feminine black women alone. They need to find other feminine black women, other marriage-minded black women, and go with those. Stay away from the hyenas. Don't go holding them accountable because a lot of times they think they men. They're going to square up.
But I'm good at it. That's been my job for 30 years, is to work with women and work with men that have gotten out of prison, work with disadvantaged youth. So I'm good at talking to those people without offending them. And I can tell them that you need to stop having babies and do something else besides have sex in the house all day. So
real quick, the real Pokey with the $5 super chat says black men don't even hold other black men accountable. If this is the case, why are we still killing and selling drugs? Have the lowest academic achievements? Hashtag accountable. Go ahead.
And I was just about to.
Yes, sir. He has his hand up.
Hold on, let me speak on that real quick. Listen,
yes,
also, like what my man Jay Biz was just saying, like we shouldn't. Black men, he said, women should separate themselves. Black men, we got to separate ourselves also by not entertaining these thoughts out here. I'm not gonna lie, because what we're doing is we're confusing black women on what we want. You understand? Because we'll still sleep with the thoughts, and we say we want to fight the good ones, but we'll still sleep with the thoughts, and it confuses the good girls, and it makes some of the good girls feel like that they have to start acting like the thoughts. So we got to hold ourselves accountable also in what we and what we choose to
Well, are those women redeemable? Are those women redeemable?
Nah. That's nah.
He's wrong.
Nah.
He's wrong.
Like they
leave them alone.
We gotta leave them alone. Leave them where they at.
Some are redeemable. I firmly believe some are redeemable. Just like some men are redeemable.
Want to be redeemed? We gotta leave them alone.
Thank you for that $2 super chat. Me University says we trust no black leaders. I guess that's a Nas song. Go ahead.
The gentleman in the hat, blue hat. Before I go, he said you wanted to say something.
I'm about to head out. I just want to say I appreciate Chaotic. Shout out JB. Shout out the panel.
Absolutely, thank you.
And
I will move off the panel.
Light skins don't have these problems, so have fun with that.
Okay.
That's cat.
Okay. I'm good. Thank you. Thank you all for entertaining me. Thank you all.
And we appreciate you. We appreciate you.
Much love.
Hey, CT, I want to say this, and then I got a bell because
All right, son. Go ahead.
It's time for the Cavs game. We about to get this done.
I was gonna ask you, are you going to the game?
No, I ain't going. No,
they're not okay.
I ain't going. I'm gonna just chill at home and
get that spanking. Ready to get that spanking.
Garbage Knicks, never.
We ain't
Knicks is
crap. So what I want to say is that I feel like we do a lot of talking on these panels about what we should be doing, and we get very little solutions. Let's focus on giving solutions. Like that's something that we really don't do. Black men, we gotta be better leaders. Like I was just saying, we gotta have discernment on the women that we choose. We gotta do way better than that. We can't be messing with no thoughts, and then we dogging all black women, or not all, but we dogging black women, but we still choosing the wrong ones. That's part of being a leader, is having discernment. We do not do that very well. We don't. So we got to focus on being better leaders. As far as the women go, black women I don't care what nobody say, black women got to start holding black women accountable until they start listening to the black leaders, the real black leaders, the real men. We got to focus on this, or the community will always be in disarray. Stay away from the feminist movement. Get that shit up out of here, because that's why the black family dynamic is destroyed. Stop focusing on BS like BLM, and I'm not going to get into all that. But also, how are you considering yourself to be pro-black if you're still listening to the white man's history that you were always a slave? That's all I'm going to say. And
Slim, real quick. Since we're talking about, interracial marriage and stuff like that, who is the hottest white woman that you know of?
What?
Yeah, we're talking about it already. Yeah, go ahead.
That I've ever met, or
no,
on
no.
TV?
I'm talking about like movies,
Randy
entertainment, singing. Go ahead.
Randy Wilson.
Shit, man. Actually, you know what? It's that redhead chick from Mad Men. I think she was kind of thick.
Yeah.
She was kind of thick, man. Like, but I like thicker women. So women like what's her name from Pretty Woman and all Julia Roberts. She.
I don't like women.
Super hot.
Y'all got good.
Chick from Mad Men. Yeah, she was shaped nice. She got red hair. She thick.
Yeah.
She voluptuous. Yeah, that's my type of woman.
You know who is the cutest white woman of all time? Slim, Audrey Hepburn.
Wait, who is that?
Breakfast at Tiffany. She's dead. She's old. Yeah, she's.
Oh no, I don't remember her.
Children's Hour.
I remember when What's McCall was topless. So what's her name? She was topless in the Eddie Murphy and Dan Aykroyd movie. You got some
Jamie Lee Curtis.
Jamie Lee Curtis. She got some jugs.
Yeah. She's pretty hot too. Yeah. Thank you so much.
I ain't gonna say hot, but she got a nice little physique on her.
Go Cavs. Go Cavs.
I'll holler at y'all though.
Peace. Guys, I think I'm gonna end it off, but you guys can give your last words. Go ahead, guys.
I'll go ahead and then I'll get off. I definitely, again, I'm gonna say this again. We do not want the feminine black women holding any of these hyenas accountable. I feel very strongly on this. Okay. And I personally, I don't think if you're actually truly a feminine woman, I don't even think you can. You know what I'm saying? It's not your job, right? It's not your duty. Just leave them alone. Secondly, I fully agree with Jamal. I think that's your name, Jamal. I know y'all have heard me say this before. And Jamal, this is why I get crap from both sides, right? Because some people like you against black women, but I say the same shit you're saying. When I see these black men, they'll make excuses for who they sleep with. And it's like, you can't say all the shit you say, but then you willing to stick your dick in anything. And frankly, the way I feel about it, right? And people call me arrogant for saying this, but I feel like your dick should be a reward. So why are you giving it to everybody? You know what I'm saying? So, anyways, I just think we need to elevate our standards on all fronts. And the black men that are doing what they're supposed to do, separate yourself from the niggas. And the black women that are doing what you're supposed to do, that's carrying yourself a certain way, separate yourself from the hyenas. And ultimately, in terms of solutions, I think the solution is getting married. I think the black family, in my opinion, is, the most important thing right now, right? And this is why I call cap on a lot of these pro-blacks, because they'll say all this shit, that they say and whatnot, but then again, they're the same ones busting down the hose. They're the same ones doing all the destructive shit, right? So they don't actually care about black people. The best thing you can do today is get married to a black person. If you really care about black people, get married to a black person, right? To a black man, if you're female, or a black woman, if you're a man, right? Get married, have some babies, okay? And try to push this shit forward. But if we just keep making excuses, we're not gonna help anything. And I know I'd be going on and on, chaotic, but I just want to make this one more point. Right? I was walking the dog. I was walking the dog recently with my wife, right? And I pointed something out to her. I was telling her how, like, I was listening to Dr. Umar on an interview that he did, and one of the things I realized was how, despite the fact that on a lot of things I disagree with Umar, right? On a lot of things, but when I was listening to him and he was talking about the black family, I realized, I was like, yo, like, I actually have more in common in terms of my beliefs with even Dr. Umar than as a black conservative, right? I have more in common in terms of my beliefs with Dr. Umar than a lot of other people I hear, including a lot of people who call themselves conservatives, right? Because when you listen to Umar, if you put all the stuff you disagree with aside, you realize he's a man who truly, I believe so, I could be wrong, but I believe he truly cares about the black family, right? He truly cares about black people being successful. Whether or not he's actually doing what he's supposed to do is a different conversation. But I'm saying I hear real, genuine passion when I listen to Umar, right? And I think that's the most important thing is, what are you doing in your personal life to actually push the black family forward? We can sit here and make excuses. You said what?
Listen, that JB. So you can say all of that. He can say all of that, but he's still creating single mothers. So how does he love the black family? He's still creating.
Listen, that's my point. No, that's my point. My point is, I'm just going by the fact that, you know, he's a well-known figure, right? And when he speaks what he speaks, and a lot of black conservatives, they don't even want to hear his name. But what I'm saying is, if I just listen to his opinion, right, and I listen to what he's saying about black people and the black family and how important it is, right, and even me disregarding the interracial, marriage issues that he has, right, because I don't think the same way as him. But I think that I see the fact that he understands how important family is, right? And a lot of black people don't understand that, which is why we just create babies willy-nilly out of wedlock, right? We just don't care. We consider sex just, again, it's like when you listen to how people talk about sex, right? It's just so casual. So it doesn't matter that you might get this chick pregnant and she might have to, you know, be your baby mama. It just doesn't matter, right? This thing is too important, right? But if y'all really care, then actually go out there and get married to a black woman. That's how, for me, that's the best way I'm going to see if you really care. You could say all the shit you want to say. If you really care, let me see who you're working with.
Thank you so much, Jonathan.
That's a fact.
So, my final thought.
Let me just piggyback on what he said, like when it comes to solutions and also when it comes to families. And this is why I started off, when I came on, I started off saying what I was saying, because when it comes down to families and structure and legacy, you know, saying that stuff is important. It's very important. So if you are gonna interracially date, you got to make sure that the families align and also the cultures in line also. Just so there's no confusion. There's always going to be confusion everywhere, but you want to make sure your kids is protected and your legacy is protected, and also you have a community behind you that's all in. So that's why, like, I agree with everything Dr. Umar said, but I had to put that out there also. And as far as solutions, like, one thing I got to say is, like, and this is when things went a little bit left, I had to say this also. Check the environments. You know, there's black women, you know, who are ratchet, and there's black women who are not. But there's a lot of context to this. You gotta check the environment that they're from. You know, and one thing I notice about black women who do have polite, they don't necessarily come from the black environment. You understand? So if I'm really looking for a sister to have a good attitude, I know I'm gonna have better numbers if she's probably from the suburbs or somewhere a little bit in the upper class. Even though it's a rare type. Understand? But that's all I was. But I do understand there's a lot of ratchet sisters in the inner city. But we got to get to know them. And we got to vet them better. That's all. And check the environments and do better work.
Nope. Don't get to know them. Nope. If they're not for you, don't get close to them. Don't even. Hold on, listen. That was your final thoughts. Appreciate you for coming to the show. Listen, because it sounds like he said go look for Oreos, somebody who's white on the inside but black on the outside, that's from majority white neighborhoods. No, check this out, guys. This is the best thing that a man can ever do, is he can have multiple races competing for him, right? Open up your gauge. I promise you. Open up your gauge. Let the black women compete against the white woman.
They need to have what? They need to have what? Go ahead.
I've had them all. I can see.
Listen, I got it. But listen, open up your gauge. Let everybody compete against you, right? And you need to make an educated decision who is the best option from you. And once you make that best decision, that's who you marry. That's who you procreate. That's who you live. Bro, this is final thoughts. You don't interrupt final thoughts. I know you new to the panel, but when we get to final thoughts, you let people have their final thoughts. Then chaotic truth in the show. That's just how it goes. Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. So the point that I'm making in my final thoughts is that no, guys. I'm telling you, the best thing, if you ever want to see a woman compete among you, let her know that there's other competition out there. Let her know that she's not just selected because she's special. And when women start competing, in my personal experience, that's when you get the best out of them. That's when they say, hey, I'm going to show up and I'm going to show out. And if a woman tell you that she ain't going to compete for you, guess what? She's saying that you're not worthy enough to compete with. So I'm telling you right now, let them compete. And you choose what's best for you, and you go build your family. And let me talk to you slut makers real quick. Y'all slut makers on the internet need to stop complaining about these sluts, because I see all the slut makers late at night be messing with these women, complaining about the sluts that they created. Like, you got to watch where you put your penis. And if you a slut maker, stop complaining about the sluts. That's all I got to say.
So do you want me to go first, Quay, so you can get the last word?
Yeah, I'll go. I just think like people should practice classism.
Thank you, Jamel.
People should practice classism also in the Black community. I'm not going to be fighting somebody who is nothing like me or be around somebody like me trying to convince them that they should stop the attitude or they should stop anything that they're doing. If they're doing it and you say something and they're not listening, I feel like you should just leave them alone. And that's it. Like trying to people trying to like compare themselves to say, oh, because we black, so me and a criminal is not the same. Me and a murderer is not the same. So no, if I'm a black person and I'm nothing like the George Floyd or the crackheads or the gang members or anything like that, I'm not going to act like me and them are the same. I'm going to separate myself from them like every other community and race do. Keep yourself away from the degenerates, and that's how you do it. And trying to have everybody be on the same page is never going to work. You, like Kevin Samuel said, you only need 10% to fall in line, and then you can move on. So that's all I'm going to say.
All right.
Gway, speaking of interracial topics, would you ever date Brad Pitt?
Yes, I will.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, I've never dated interracially before in my life. I always dated African Americans and Africans, but yeah, I would date him. He's a really nice older man.
I kind of thought so. Thank you so much, Gway. Arpain.
Bye.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Any last words, Arpain?
Yeah, real quick. I it's funny. I being in this manosphere. I mean, I was raised in a house full of women. My mom died when I was young, so I moved in with my grandparents, my paternal grandparents. They were from the greatest generation. I'm a baby boomer, and they had 3 daughters living with them, and we had a whole family communal thing. I think one of the things that kind of got me to understand I needed to be around men is because I went to an all boys high school. And I was around a lot of men, and it was a Catholic high school, and we had a big tall dean of discipline and all that kind of stuff. So that's where I got some of my thoughts that I'm not supposed to be getting all this direction from women all my life, because you got to get into puberty and become a man. But one of the things I'm looking away, because one of the things I was saying, we want to be solution oriented, and it just might sound shameless, but I have put 10 steps together for a man who's vetting and courting a woman to be his wife. So I got 10 steps. I don't need to go through them. You can go to my page and look at that whole thing. But it's a process. I don't have to be 100% right, but I think it's enough information there for somebody to understand that if you're like 27 to 35 and you're looking for a woman, there's some things you should be asking her and some actions you should be taking, both secular and non-secular, to get to where you want to go. And at the end, you might be able to understand that this woman, you fully vetted, and you courted her well. So you could ask her to marry you and have some success of being a good husband for the duration. And one of those items is having a prenup, by the way. But neither there. Anybody who wants to look at that, you can go on my page and find it. And that's it, man. Let me say thank you for letting me up. I needed my fix today because Trigger Mike wasn't here, so hopefully his family and everything is okay, because he usually shows up every day. So anyway, thanks, brother.
Thank you so much, man.
All right,
peace.
Good panel.
Oh yeah, definitely, guys. I'm out of here. Salute to you all. Drop hit the like button, not drop a like button, but hit the like button. Great panel. Thank you for the super chats. I gotta read 2 of them, I believe. Big Smurf, all the way from, is it Norway? Well, at least he's dropping 20 Norwegian dollars. Julia Roberts ain't pretty. What the F? Please stop it. You must be 12 or 13 years old. Come on, stop. Julia Roberts is probably one of the most attractive white women born in the post-World War II. Stop. Let me see. Me University with the, thank you so much, though, Big Smurf. Me University with the $2 super chat says, ... man, in the mirror. Chike. One of the two. If it's Nigerian, it could be Chike. If it could be, or if it's American, it's Shike. I don't know. It says JB Mama is the hottest white woman. Ah, come on, man. With the $2 super chat. Positivity is coming to you all. I hope all is well with you and yours. I will be back next week. Salute to you. Peace. Oh, thank you so much, Marquise. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Antonio. Thank you. See you next week, guys.